Lecture V, Part 1 of The Endowments of Man, by William Bernard Ullathorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture V, Self and Conscience, Part 1. Of all the mysteries of human nature, this is the most strange, that a man should not only be ignorant of himself, but that he should not care to know himself. If he neither loved himself nor took any interest in himself, his indifference about the knowledge of himself would be intelligible. But this is what is so mysterious in human nature, that the more a man loves himself, the less he cares to know himself. Yet with respect to all persons and things except ourselves, the more we love them, the more we delight to know and understand them, that we may constantly strengthen our affection with fresh discoveries and new motives. But we still everywhere meet with this singular exception, that self-love has no zeal for self-knowledge. Why does our zeal for ourselves awaken so much of our love and so little of our understanding? The very question brings a smile upon the face, and in that smile there is a silent irony that penetrates to the malady from which this contradiction springs. For what we are slow to see in ourselves, we are quick to see in others. And could we but see ourselves through their eyes, and with their independent judgment, we should hasten, with a confusion of shame, to rectify the failings which others see in us, though we do not. So different is the image we frame in our imagination of what we are, from our real presentation as seen by other eyes. But unhappily, self-love is the most jealous, sensitive, and vindictive of all feelings, and our best friends and most devoted superiors, to whose wisdom and prudence we readily entrust our other interests, are apt to offend and lose their influence with us when they make the hazardous attempt to give us some knowledge of ourselves. The conclusion is obvious. There must be some grave disorder in the conditions of a love that shrinks from knowing the subject of that love. Something in our nature must be off its balance, and there must be a vital error somewhere, causing us to wrap our self-love in self-ignorance. For we have the ominous instinct and apprehension that a better knowledge of oneself would bring pain with it, and shame to our self-love, and a demand for its sacrifice that we are unwilling to make. The chief obstacle to self-knowledge, therefore, is this very self-love, which stands self-condemned in the very act of resisting knowledge. Yet all love of oneself is not thus condemned, as we shall afterwards see. For there is a love of self that seeks, in all humility, the true knowledge of oneself and of what we stand in need. We are only speaking here of that vicious self-love, which is the great deformity of the soul. It must, however, be admitted that even they who sincerely seek to know themselves find it no short or easy task. As we have no direct view of our own features, but can only see them as reflected in a mirror, so we have no direct view of our own soul, but can only see her as she is reflected in her operations. Our mental eye is, in this respect, like our corporal eye. Being the foremost faculty of the soul, it cannot see what is behind it, unless in some reflecting medium brought before the mind. As our features are no direct object to our eyes, our soul is no direct object to our mind. No subject is its own object, but is made for something greater and better, and that something better is its object. Had we been made for ourselves, we should doubtlessly have been so made as to have the direct view of ourselves. But this is a decisive proof that we are not made for ourselves, that we have not this direct and objective perception of ourselves. The glass in which we see ourselves is no part of us. It is something quite distinct from us, and there we see ourselves by reflection. The light in which we see our soul is not only something different from what we are, but is something greater than what we are, in which we see ourself reflected. What is the knowledge of oneself but the true and just perception of our own measures and manners? But this requires a true and just standard of measurement. How can we see what we are unless we can see what we are not, and what we ought to be? How can we see our defects from order, except in a law of perfect order? How can we see our deformity, except in a light of perfect beauty? If the soul has not got a mirror, says St. Bernard, she cannot know herself. The pure and spotless mirror of the soul is the conscience. In the conscience is the light and law of God, and the whole order of moral beauty, and unless the eye is vitiated with self-love or defiled with sensuality, when we view ourselves reflected in that mirror, we are able to see ourselves and take the measure of what we are. Whilst men are keen upon their interests, their mental pursuits or pleasures, these various occupations sharpen their faculties, but increase the difficulties of self-knowledge. For much of the charm of these pursuits consists in taking the man away from himself, and in causing him to forget himself. When he is absorbed in business, study, or pleasure, the man is said to be preoccupied, an expressive term which indicates that he is drawn out of himself and set on the things before him. How can we reconcile this love of pursuits external to the man with a predominant love of self? The fact is that self-love finds its nourishment in those very things that are outside the man, and that take him from himself. This, however, requires explanation. If man were his own good, the knowledge and love of himself would be the sources of his happiness. In that case, solitude would not be his trial, but his delight. For the more he were alone with himself, the more he would enjoy himself. What greater proof can there be that man is not his own good than his fear of solitude? Why has he such a dread of solitude? Why does he think a solitary life unnatural? Why has he such a horror of having nothing but himself to think of and to live upon? To the ungodly man, the most terrible of punishments is to be shut up in a lonely cell, and to be thrown upon himself as his one and only resource. When placed in unbroken seclusion, unless he be a holy man who lives in converse with God and with the spirits of the just made perfect, the only question that remains is, how long can he go on before he breaks down, not merely in health, but in mind, and becomes an utter wreck? So true is it that man was not made for himself. The man who lives with God is never alone. Nay, he is never less alone than when alone. The things of time are of small importance to him in comparison with the things of eternity. The realms of eternal truth are open to his mind. God and His Christ and the populated heavens are open and accessible to his heart. He is never without resources that are incomparably greater than himself. But to the man who loves nothing greater than himself, to dwell alone with himself is wearisome, and with time intolerable. How then is this disgust and wearisomeness with self to be reconciled with all this love of self? The fact is that no man really loves himself alone and as the one immediate object of his love. He loves himself in a roundabout way, through many things that he associates with himself, and in which he reflects himself. By associations and by an imaginative appropriation, the actual self grows into many things by reflecting oneself into them, which creates a fictitious and imaginary self that is not the real self. We may compare this complex image of self with its grotesque exaggeration to those spectral images which the traveller sees of himself when, with his back to the sun and the mists on the mountains before him, he finds his figure reflected before his eyes in gigantic and misshapen proportions. Take away his surroundings, strip his associations from him, and you reduce him to himself. Put him into solitude, or bring him to his deathbed, and what he is not drops from what he is, and he finds his veritable self. He finds himself face to face with his conscience, the witness not only of what he is, but of what he ought to be. When a man comes to his pure self, and when that self is felt without anything intervening, neither the sense of God, nor the sense of other creatures, nor even their images as distractions from oneself, the taste of self is not pleasant. It is a voidness and want, and has a flavour of repulsive bitterness, which led St. Paul to say, "We have in us an answer of death, that we should not trust in ourselves, but in God, who raiseth up the dead." For though there is a certain life in our nature, it is not the true life for which we were made, and which we receive from God. When we look to ourselves for good, we find but the capacity for good, and when we desert our true good, we find ourselves empty and void. When we look to our earthly associations for satisfying good to justify our self-love, we find but disappointment, because our true good is not less but greater than ourselves. This is terribly exemplified, and may be taken as a test trial, in the so-called philosophical school of German pessimists. Rejecting God from themselves and from their minds, rejecting Him as their creator, provider, and final end, and looking to themselves for a divinity in their own will, they have proclaimed their sad experience, that they find their human life to be a dreary waste and hopeless misery. They have therefore raised the question whether life is worth living. Such is the life they have made for themselves, and such is the life they find in themselves. When a man can escape from its solitary nature by no other door, he will take refuge in his imagination. There he will paint scenes of life, society, and indulgence, into which he may throw his feelings and exercise his self-love at will. But if the burden of himself is too heavy for his fancy to relieve, he broods on imaginary evils, which still foster his self-love, and sinks into melancholy. Melancholy may be truly called the black bile of self-love. It is a state in which the soul is overshadowed and depressed with the sense of her own insufficiency, whilst unwilling to rise up to better and more generous things. The melancholy soul sits in the pool of her despondency, and pines beneath the gloomy shadow of herself which overhangs her like a cloud. The sentiment of melancholy works like a spell of enchantment to sadden the soul with imagined afflictions, from which self-love fails not to extract a noxious nourishment, that swells the soul with a conceit of worth overwhelmed by evil powers. But let the hour of real affliction come, and it will break the enchantment of self-love, and destroy the pride of imaginary distress. And if, in this hour of visitation, the soul turns to God, and the severity of conscience brings her to the severity of repentance, when she enters into the mercy of God, she will no longer fear to be alone with God. The deeply seated evils that cause God to be forgotten demand sharp and cutting remedies. When God sends them in His mercy, they not unfrequently come with a shock that lays open the whole interior condition of the soul, like a flash of light through the darkness of the night, giving a great self-knowledge, with complete conversion. The divine light pierces the depths of the soul, the conscience inflicts its pangs, the treacherous foundation on which self-love has rested the soul is exposed to view, and it becomes equally visible that God alone is the solid firmament on which she can build securely. There are other souls, on the contrary, and these are numerous, who have no great depth of malignity, nor yet of goodness, who take things easily because they are never greatly troubled, with a half and half allegiance to God and a half devotion to themselves, somewhat spiritual and a good deal sensual. They keep their inconstant souls in a state of vacillation, move to and fro like a pendulum much on the same line of motion, but never get down into that profundity of humility which ensures the real knowledge of ourselves. What is that self of which so much is said and so little known? Self is the subjective man in that nature with which he was born into this world. Self is man's nature as taken apart from all that God does for him, and from all that God provides for him. Self is our own individual personality, as denuded of all that is not ourself, as stripped of all that we receive, and of all with which we are clothed, whether in soul or body, through the good provision of God, be it light, truth, grace, nurture, or any good whatsoever to mind, soul, or body that God has given us. St. Paul brings us to ourself when he asks the question, "What hast thou that thou hast not received? And if thou hast received, why dost thou glory as if thou hadst not received?" Again he says to the man of faith, "You were darkness, but now light in the Lord." Your nature is dark, God has given you light. Your sin made your nature darker, God has given you greater light to expel the darkness of sin. Have you evil in you, asks St. Augustine? That is from yourself. Have you good in you? That is from God. You have turned from yourself to God, and by this conversion you have become light. How were you made light? God is light. You were not light, but sinful. The old man was darkness. If you are now light, another has given you light. Do not imagine that you are light, for that is the true light which enlighteneth every man that cometh into this world. When you were turned from God by your evil will, you were darkness. You are now light, not light in yourself, but light in the Lord. What have you that you have not received. What is true of your light is equally true of every good that you have received, whether for body or soul. But as to yourself, the prophet Isaias will tell you what you are. Behold, you are from nothing, and your work from that which hath no being. But that we may know from whom we receive the better things, the prophet introduces the Almighty, saying, I am the Lord thy God, who take thee by the hand, and say to thee, Fear not, I have helped thee. God makes our nature, but our own will makes our character. As the principle of human activity, our will is the creation of God, but the use of its power is our own. The conduct of the will is the conduct of the man. The conduct of the man forms the habits of the man, and the habits of the man constitute his character. The whole moral man is reducible, therefore, to the conduct of his will. But the will of man is one thing, and the objects on which he employs his will another. In vain would be his will unless God gave objects to his will to bring its power into exercise. As his own nature is the creation of God, so whatever his will is employed upon is either God, or the creation of God, or the gift of God. What has he, then, that he has not received? Or in what can he glory as though he had not received? What attracts his will that he loves? What repels his will that he disrelishes or hates? My love, says St. Augustine, is the weight that inclines me, and to what my love inclines me, to that I am carried. What we chiefly love, to that we mainly cleave, and we take from it the colour, sentiment, and character which saturate our life. If our dominant love is to this world, our love carries us into the world. If our dominant love is to God, our love carries us to God. If our dominant love is to ourself, we are not carried to self, because there we are, and there our will is. But the will draws all things to self, and through the magical delusion of imagination, out of all we draw to ourself, we construct a fictitious self, and on that fiction we expend our love. For this self-love builds in delusion, the delusion entertains the will, and the will is thus kept from seeking solid good, whilst building delusion in its place. For what we will, that we love, and what we love, that we are, as we become changed into the qualities of what we love. This, then, is the just measure of ourself. Our own substance is as nothing, because being is good, and good is being. But our good is not in ourself, but in another, since we are but the recipients of good. We are only good in proportion as our will cleaves to a greater good, which is not ourself. God is our substantial good, and therefore the psalmist says to God, My substance is as nothing before Thee. In loving one's self rather than God, we turn from light to darkness. But as being is relative to light, in diminishing our light we diminish ourselves. Listen to this profound truth as explained by St. Augustine. To be is to belong to light. Not to be is to belong to darkness. Whoever, therefore, deserts his Creator inclines to that nothingness out of which he was created. And by this very sin he is darkness. Yet he is not so darkened as utterly to perish, but he descends to things that are low and vile. What is content but the fullness of our capacity for containing? If man were his own object, and an object sufficient for himself, he ought to be always full, always content. Why then is he always in want of greater light? Why is he in such need of so many things? Why has he such great desires and such little content? What signify those sighs and yearnings for something better than he is? Why those incessant wanderings abroad of his mind and heart, in search of what he cannot find at home? The natural man has not that far insight into all he wants that is open to the man of faith. But even the natural man, when he examines himself, sees clearly that he is insufficient for his own content. Let us hear this natural man. Plato says that all sin comes from too much self-love. Cicero observes that nature loves nothing solitary, but always clings to something else for support. Seneca perceives that though man is born for virtue, he is not born with virtue, and he exclaims, "Oh, how contemptible a thing is man, except when he rises above human things." Sentences like these sound like distant echoes from the inspired psalmist, contemplating man in the light of God. "Behold, thou hast made my days measurable," or, as in the Hebrew text, "but a hand's breadth, and my substance is as nothing before thee. And indeed all things are vanity, every man living. Surely man passeth as an image, yea, and he is disquieted in vain. He storeth up, and he knoweth not for whom he shall gather these things. And now what is my hope? Is it not the Lord? And my substance is with thee." If the pride that breaks out of self-love into conscious egotism could make a man sufficient for himself, it would necessarily follow that the higher a man ascends in pitch of pride, the more he will be sufficient for himself. Let us put this to a simple test intelligible to all men. Who knows not that the proudest are the shallowest of men? Who in his sober senses fails to see that the operation of self-sufficiency is an assumption that reveals the hollow condition of the soul? If it were not the most painful, it would be the most ridiculous of human exhibitions. Offensive when displayed in arrogance to men, it is revolting when displayed in impiety towards God. But as the operation of man's self-sufficiency, however smooth the words, however philosophical the terms, however ostensible the argument, is reducible to nothing but boasting, from beginning to end it is simply ridiculous. The more pride a man reveals, the more evident to all beholders becomes the absence of mental and moral solidity. Great pride, in the judgment of sober men, is nearly allied to mental derangement, and it is no uncommon thing for it to break out into open madness, as our lunatic asylums too often bear witness. For excessive pride is a kind of intoxication that terribly strains the powers of nature, as it works with violence against the just order of nature, and therefore against its tranquillity. And when men, in the humour of false philosophy, abstract their minds from God, and attempt to construct the subjective man into a self-sufficing being, they little understand the desolating effects of their reveries upon the minds of weak men, already too apt to assert their self-sufficiency. End of Lecture 5, Part 1. Lecture V, Part 2 of The Endowments of Man, by William Bernard Ullathorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture V, Self and Conscience, Part 2. Let us now apply our test. Pride is a swelling of the soul that springs from the perverse appetite of making ourselves greater than in truth we are. To take the strictly scientific definition of St. Thomas, pride is that whereby a man desires to surpass the measure of his condition in contradiction to right reason. This elation of pride springs from self-love, and is the chief outcome of self-love. But if man were made for himself, he must be sufficient for himself, which is contradicted by all the facts of his nature. Again, if he were made for himself, he must have made himself, which is absurd. If he were sufficient for himself, he must be as a god to himself, an absurdity which more than one modern school of infidels has maintained with the very lunacy of pride. For if these absurdities could be true and reconcilable, there would be no inordinate self-love, and consequently no pride. Yet all men admit that pride, the offspring of inordinate self-love, is the root of human evil, and it is recognized as the offensive presumption of a self-sufficiency that we do not possess, and that is repugnant to reason, justice, and common sense. Man is therefore altogether insufficient for himself, and the contrary assumption is absurd and ridiculous. So far from being independent, as self-sufficiency would make him, the number and greatness of his wants proclaim him the most dependent of all beings. If human nature finds itself in a state of disorder from its birth, if man comes into the world in need of reparation, if his faculties are wounded and weak, if evil is present with him, and he suffers and sighs for a good that is far from him, it is because he is of the race that was incorporated bodily in Adam when he fell off from God, who is the good of his soul, and fell upon himself, thus substituting the love of self as his dominant disposition for the love of that good for which his soul was made. But this is to lose the whole order of good, and consequently to lose the justice which acts upon that order. The alienation from God which constitutes the original culpability of man has these two calamitous effects. The one is the forfeiture of that supernatural principle of grace which enabled him to advance towards his supreme good. The other is the contraction of the man, through this inversion of his affections upon himself, which is the cause of all his miseries. But God cannot give up His rights in a creature made for Himself and bearing His image. Nor can that creature be happy or content without God. In his body, derived from Adam, there reigns a propensity, a disorder, a concupiscence, a fuel of sin that oppresses, obscures, and defiles the soul from the moment that, fresh from the creative hand of God, she enters into the body, there to dwell with it in the closest union of life and action. Such is the fallen condition of man, from which he can only be delivered through the unspeakable mercy of God, in the regeneration of Christ by the sacrament of baptism. But after the soul is regenerated, the body still remains unregenerated until its death and resurrection. Left in its mortality, the fuel of concupiscence is continually supplied from the external world through the corporeal appetites and senses. These again feed the internal senses and stimulate the subtle and ever active imagination. All this fuel of concupiscence fosters and promotes the carnal consciousness of self, and stimulates to the inordinate love of self against the laws of God, written with light in the conscience. For the corruptible body is a load upon the soul, and the earthly habitation presseth down the mind that museth upon many things. The unregenerated body has therefore to be incessantly combated by the regenerated soul, lest she lose her freedom, and turn more disastrously than ever from her communion with God. For, as St. Paul says, there dwelleth not in me, that is, in my flesh, that which is good. For the wisdom of the flesh is death, but the wisdom of the Spirit is life and peace. Because the wisdom of the flesh is an enemy to God, for it is not subject to the law of God, neither can it be, and they who are in the flesh cannot please God. That is, they who live in the desires of the body cannot please God, because these desires bring the soul under bondage to the inferior nature, and her love is turned from God to self. From this comes the necessity of the law of self-denial. This law was introduced with the promise of redemption, was emphatically reasserted in the word and example of our Divine Redeemer Himself, and the cross is its everlasting symbol. Tertullian has justly observed that the law of self-denial is the special law of Christians. It is directly opposed to self-love, and to whatever feeds and stimulates self-love. The highest reason of the law of self-denial is summed up by the Venerable Bede in this short sentence: we can only approach to the God who is above us by quitting ourselves, and this is called the denial of ourselves. That man effectually denies himself who subjects his body to his soul, and his soul to God. Our inordinate love of the things of this present life has its chief foundation in this love of ourselves. We draw them to us, we reflect ourselves in them, and out of them we build that constructive and fictitious self of which we have spoken. Upon this fictitious self we expend our affections. They absorb the energies of the soul in vain, and withhold us from ascending to the better things. Self-love must therefore be dissolved into the love of God, a commutation of its force which can only be accomplished by the addition of divine grace, and a change in its direction. To quote the luminous words of St. Augustine, the soul is carried to whatever she is carried by the weight of her love, and for this reason we are commanded to carry over the weight of cupidity to the weight of charity, until cupidity is consumed and charity is perfected. This transfer of love from self to God is the whole sum of Christian perfection, the sublime height of which, familiar to the saints, is thus described by the same great doctor and saint: God is to be loved until, if it were possible, we might forget ourselves. This self-denial is the expression of that self-hatred which is the adversary of self-love. Not that we are to hate ourselves with an evil will, but to sacrifice our self-love from the truest charity to ourselves, that we may gain the love of God, and in the love of God our union with the supreme good of our life. This hatred, therefore, is but the earnest love of God resisting self-love as its enemy. On this subject Tertullian says, with his usual precision and profundity, that among Christians the love of self is not so great a thing as the hatred of self. And this profound truth has obtained its ample exposition in St. Augustine's famous book on the City of God, where he describes the two loves that have built two cities, which in this world are mingled together, but in the next are parted from each other. One of these cities is ruled by God, the other by Satan. The city of God begins with the love of God, and is constructed with the love of God, and the energy of that divine love increases even to the hatred of self. But the city of Satan begins from self-love, and grows with the love of self, and that self-love increases even to the hatred of God. These two loves embrace the whole history of the human race, and extend to the eternal years. The one is holy, the other is unclean. The one is social, the other is private. Our Lord has therefore said, "He who loveth his soul shall lose it, and he who hateth his soul in this world shall keep it in eternal life." Is there no love of one's self, then, which is good and lawful? Undoubtedly there is. How else could we have been taught to love our neighbour as we love ourself? How else could we have the virtue of hope? How again the love of our salvation and perfection? What is love but the desire of uniting our being with a more excellent being, that may give us the good and perfection that we want? Our good, as we have so often repeated, is neither in ourself or of ourself. Our good is in God and of God. We therefore look to our real interests and exercise a holy love of ourselves when we look to God above all things, and love Him with our whole heart and mind, and when we love our neighbour for his sake as we love ourselves, that is, when we wish him the same good that we wish ourselves. When this greatest interest of our love is made firm and secure to us, it becomes the vital principle by which all subordinate interests and affections are regulated. This is not a self-love, with self for its direct object, but it is a love of ourself in our objective good, in that supreme good that makes us good according to the essential nature and order of good. The love of charity is expansive. It extends in all directions, while that pestilent self-love contracts and oppresses the soul, withholds her from charity, and eats into her spiritual nature like rust or rot, penetrating into her very substance with a vehemence and passion that works unlimited evils. There is no evil of which it is not capable. The least thing gives occasion to it, and without a renunciation of that self-love which refuses the love of God, and a profound humility to protect this renunciation, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to protect ourselves against it. As the true love of ourselves is included in the love of God, we have no special command to love ourselves. Charity is the concord of all things. It is a virtue so divine, so ample, so all-embracing, that it extends our love of God to all that God loves. Charity is the principle that animates and regulates the love of one's self and of one's neighbour within the love of God. Whosoever loves himself otherwise, more truly hates than loves himself, because he loves the worse instead of the better, which is beyond all reason and equity. It is beyond all reason, because reason demands that we should love that which is best in itself and best for us. And it is beyond all equity, because equity is the equalization of our will with the just order and due proportion of things, whilst inequity or iniquity is the failure of our will from the due order and just proportion of things. Hence the Scripture says, "He who loveth iniquity hateth his own soul." These words of St. Augustine are also to the point. In what inexplicable way it comes about I do not know, but whoever loves himself without loving God does not love himself, and whoever loves himself does not love himself. If this sounds like a paradox to those who love themselves without loving God, it is a clear and luminous truth to those who love themselves within the love of God. Face to face with ourself is our conscience. We call it ours because it is implanted in our faculties, but conscience is the organ of God and the expression of His will to us. Implanted in our mind and heart, and put into the closest relations with our spiritual sense, conscience is at once a light, a sense, and a witness to our will. We see the law of right and wrong in its light. We feel its force. We remember what it records as though it were written in a book within us. Compared with every other kind of knowledge, conscience has this distinctive character, that it is the witness of God and the soul. This mysterious element in the reason of man reflects the intimate relations which God holds with his soul, and it imprints upon his heart the imperishable obligations that he owes to the Divine Author of all things. Conscience is a universal fact in human nature, and a kind of natural revelation, giving to all men and to each, in a more or less vivid way, a notion of the law and of the end of human life. It is to be found with more or less obscuration in the savage as well as in the philosopher. Plato proclaims that this unwritten law and notion of good, which the philosophers, poets, and legislators contemplate, is inseparable from God and from a divine providence. Cicero and Seneca use the word conscience as synonymous with religion, but owing to the unregenerated state of the pagans and their heathen blindness, their conscience was much more sensitive to the dread of the divine anger than to the sense of the divine goodness. Faith, and the charity which follows faith, give perfection to the conscience, and reveal to our understanding what conscience is with great clearness. If it be, as it is, a truth and a law planted by God in our mind, it also works as a prompt and practical sense in the heart, warning us at every instant both what to do and what to avoid. Hence the Scriptures, both Old and New, make the heart the seat of the conscience. To return to the heart, in Scripture phrase, is to return to the conscience, to listen to the voice of God within us. The conscience not only expresses the law of God, but it necessarily implies an inward sense of God's all-seeing presence. But when we call the heart the seat of the conscience, we do not speak of the material heart, but of the spiritual sense which is inseparable from the will, and of which the material heart is the organ. The heart is equally placed for the will, the spiritual sense, and the conscience, thus intimating that the conscience, as the law of the will, is placed in the closest relations with the will. St. Paul says of the natural conscience, "The Gentiles who have not the law do by nature the things that are of the law. These having not the law are a law to themselves, who show the work of the law written in their hearts, their conscience accusing or else defending them." Here, as elsewhere, the Apostle exhibits self and conscience not only as distinct each from the other, but as opposed each to the other. As the Christian conscience is formed of the light of faith as well as of the light of reason, as it is raised to higher, more ample, and diviner views of God's eternal law, and receives a keener sense of God's presence, and as it is invigorated with the force of grace and charity, making the soul much more sensible both to good and evil, the Christian conscience rises to an incredibly higher power than the natural conscience. For not only are God and the law of God seen in the truly Christian conscience with greater clearness, but the presence of God and the force of His law are felt in the heart with greater quickness and intensity. The conscience then becomes as a breath of the Spirit of God, in whom we live and move and have our being. As the light of the Word of God, it reveals to us both God and ourselves. As a breath of the Spirit of God, moving as the life of charity within us, as by a sacred touch upon our spirit, it gives us the vital sense of God's presence with us. For all the grace of God within us goes to perfect the conscience, and as a spark of divine light and a breath of divine love, the conscience is the living bond between the Christian soul and God. St. John Chrysostom calls the conscience the authoritative teacher implanted in human nature. Not that the instruction which develops our conscience is divinely implanted, but, as St. Bonaventure observes, the light of its first principles is implanted. St. Augustine enters more deeply into the office of the conscience. He calls it a certain noble judicial power that God has inserted in us, so that in this book of light, which is truth, we distinguish light from darkness, in so far as the truth is naturally impressed upon the heart of man. Elsewhere he says, "It is no small thing that, previous to the merit of our good actions, we have received a natural judicial power, whereby we are able to prefer wisdom to error and peace to trouble." Conscience is both the law and the judge of the will, and in both these offices it is the organ and representative of God. It instructs us what to desire and what to fear, what to do and what to leave undone, and then it judges what we have done, applauds what we have done well, and rebukes what we have done ill. It gives peace to the good and terror to the evil. In a word, and that word shall be St. Bernard's, the conscience is a mirror that reflects into the man the knowledge of his exterior and interior condition. How can the man see himself without a mirror? A good conscience is the bright and pure mirror of religion. As a woman composes herself to beauty in a glass to please her husband, the soul contemplates herself in her conscience, and there sees how far she has gone from the image of truth, and what she still retains of her Creator's image. We therefore carry in our conscience, as the companion and tutor of our will, the sense of God, the voice of His law, and the mirror of our life. And our conscience is at once the witness and the judge of our conduct, the approver of our good and the punisher of our evil acts, and the faithful recorder of our just or unjust life. When this record of our life comes to an end with the termination of our mortal years, it is sealed unto the day of judgment, where God will condemn nothing that has been blotted out by the tears of repentance or consumed in the flame of charity. How perfectly the folded record of our conscience is preserved within us, we have it demonstrated in certain critical cases that are historical. A sudden violence to the human system under given circumstances has unfolded the whole volume of life to the mind and heart in every page and line of its course, and that with an instantaneous effect. If the conscience reveals the justice of God, it is also a great revealer of His mercy. It warns us of approaching evil, it admonishes us under temptation lest we fall, it rebukes us with severity when we have fallen, to bring us to repentance. It punishes us with trouble and distress of heart when we refuse to repent. Nothing more beautifully exhibits the paternity of God than His voice in the conscience of His children. That divine voice takes every tone that our deservings or our needs require, from the sweet and gentle accents of approval and encouragement to the stern and severe tones of rebuke and condemnation. The pride and sensuality that blind our understanding against the truth acts also through the imagination to obscure the light of conscience. Then, instead of regulating our desires by our conscience, we are too apt to regulate our conscience by our desires, not because the true conscience can be false, but because it is masked over with false imaginations. For self-love is a great contriver in her own cause. She listens more to herself than to her conscience, and finds many pleas for her conduct which her conscience, were it listened to, would not allow. And by this folly and falsehood, to use the words of St. Paul, the foolish heart is darkened, for pride clouds the conscience, but humility makes it clear and serene. Yet where self is not concerned, where the question is to judge some other person, the light of conscience is quickly found and as quickly applied, and is but too often taken for giving evidence as well as passing judgment. When we speak of an evil conscience, we do not mean that the conscience is evil, but that it is the witness of evil, for conscience is the light of God and the law of justice. The evil is not in our conscience, but in ourself, and the conscience is the witness and judge of that evil. When again we speak of the worm of conscience, or of the remorse of conscience, we put the cause for the effect. The conscience accuses, condemns, and punishes, but the stings, pangs, and bitings of conscience are the gnawing punishments of self-condemnation, suffered with fear of yet greater troubles within the heart or our evil self. For the present, self-condemnation foreshadows the future judgment and the future punishment beyond the present inward confusion and disorder, and the offended conscience leaves no rest or peace to the soul, but makes her unhappy until she returns to God by repentance, after which the conscience becomes tranquil, approving, and consoling. Should we err in reading our conscience, whether from want of light or of instruction, as even the just may do in questions remote from first principles, whilst we obey our best lights, we err without intention, and still commit no wrong, because we adhere to the great principle of obeying our conscience as far as we have its light. St. Paul, therefore, lays down the principle that all that is not of faith is of sin, that is, all that we believe not to be of conscience. For faith, in this place, means fidelity to conscience. Self is the subject of conscience and the disciple of conscience. We have the inmost conviction that in listening to our conscience we hear the will of God, and that in obeying our conscience we are obedient to God. When at the instigation of the passions of our nature we set up our will against our conscience, we cannot resist the conviction that we are disobeying the voice of God. When, on the contrary, we make our will one with the will of God as revealed in the conscience, internal division ceases. Self is no longer selfish. The whole man is at peace, and the peace and joy of a good conscience is a paradise on earth. Our glory is this, says St. Paul, the testimony of our conscience. As the Eternal Word of God is the author of the natural as well as of the revealed law of justice, we must naturally expect that when the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us, He would reassert the natural law and give to it a new light and vigour. He did reassert that natural law, especially as contained in the Ten Commandments. He constantly appealed to the law of nature in His discourses. He scattered the mists that had gathered over its sanctions through a long course of human perversity. He gave it fresh light in His parables. He appealed to the existing consciences of men, and He restored to the law of conscience its power, beauty, and serenity. He made it shine more clearly and act more forcibly through the light of faith and the discipline of the Gospel. St. James calls the Gospel the engrafted Word which is able to save our souls. The Word of faith is engrafted in divine light upon the Word of reason, and the law of Christ upon the natural conscience. To borrow a figure from St. Paul, the fertile olive, which is Christ, is grafted on the wild olive of the natural man, to make the tree of human nature spiritually rich and fertile in the fruits of light. But the fruits of light, says St. Paul, are in all goodness and justice and truth. The natural conscience is, therefore, the precursor of faith, and obedience to the law of reason prepares the will to receive and obey the law of grace. The Christian faith and law are in fact but a higher and diviner reason, superadded to the light of nature, which elevates the conscience to a supernatural state, and gives it a divine truth, divine motives, and a divine energy to enlighten, lift up, and invigorate the will to desire and pursue the soul's eternal good. As the natural and the revealed laws come to us by different ways from one and the same divine source and origin, they reunite in the Christian conscience, and there the divine law gives its brightness and perfections to the natural law, and to its observance when obeyed in Christ for God's sake. It also gives to the natural law its own supernatural motive and light, and its own title to a supernatural reward. It is therefore the most reasonable of all things to obey the law of Christ, provided we obey it in its own sense and not in ours, because Christ is the Word of truth, the eternal reason incarnate, who is the fontal source of all reason whatsoever, whether natural or supernatural. For that was the true light which enlighteneth every man that cometh into this world. St. Paul therefore calls our Christian obedience our reasonable service. When the man is regenerated, when he receives the light of faith and the grace of charity, by their help he turns anew to God, and recovers the lost state of justice. The image of the Holy Trinity is brightened in him, the image of Christ his Redeemer is sealed in light upon his soul, the unction of the Holy Spirit flows to his heart, the instruction of the Church expands the light of truth implanted in his mind, and draws out the details of the divine law, whose principles are already in his conscience. As he advances in virtue and identifies his will more and more with his conscience, his will becomes more and more luminous, and more sensitive to his conscience. And in the light of his conscience he obtains a clearer revelation of his own nature, which makes him sensible that without God's help and grace he is poor, naked, blind, and miserable. There grows in him an abhorrence of sin, as it separates from God and is destructive of himself. He becomes humbled beneath the truth, which shows him things so much greater than himself, and he is ready to exclaim with the Patriarch to God, I am less than all Thy mercies, and the truth Thou hast fulfilled to Thy servant. St. John Chrysostom has expressed all this in terms too clear and lucid to be here omitted. The more, he says, we advance in virtue, the more we reduce ourselves to nothingness. This reduction of oneself to nothingness is the highest virtue. The man of clearest sight sees the heavens at the greatest distance from him, and the more a man advances in virtue, the greater is the distance that he sees between himself and God. It is no small part of Christian philosophy to know the real amount of our deservings, but we find that the man who knows himself best is he who values himself the least. Abraham and David became the most sincere with themselves after they had reached the highest point of virtue. Yet Abraham declared that before God he was but dust and ashes, whilst David compared himself to the worm. Every saint has confessed his nothingness with a like wonderful sincerity. Those persons, on the contrary, who have the least knowledge of themselves, are precisely the persons who lift themselves up with arrogance. When speaking of persons infected with pride, how common it is to hear remarks like these: the man does not know himself, or the man is completely ignorant of himself. But when a man does not know himself, whom else does he know, or what else does he know? If he knows himself, he knows everything, but if he knows not himself, he knows nothing to any purpose. There was a certain one who said to himself, I will set my throne above the stars of heaven. That one was ignorant of everything. But St. Paul had no such arrogance. After his great and brilliant deeds, he called himself an abortive, the least of apostles, and unworthy to be called an apostle. If we wish to emulate him, we must withdraw from our earthly affections, for nothing keeps us in greater ignorance of ourselves than the love of earthly things. The man who delights in the glory of this world imagines that earthly things will give him greatness. Such a man may try 1,000 times, and will yet fail to reach the knowledge of himself, whilst the man who despises himself obtains that knowledge with ease, and upon once knowing himself, he makes good progress in the other parts of virtue. But to obtain this beautiful knowledge he will have to stand apart, and to keep himself free from the fluctuating things that kindle such a flame in us. Then may he find out his native vileness, and exhibit that Christian humility and philosophy by whose help we lay hold of both the present and future good, through the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ. Truth itself is a law to our will, and equally demands our submission with the commandments. And in these days, when so many men prefer opinion to truth, because opinion does not bind them, this right of truth to the obedience of the will cannot be too much insisted upon. For no man obeys his conscience who obeys not the truth, and obeys it as it is in itself, because truth known to the mind is a part of the conscience. Truth reveals to us both our native darkness and our dependence on God for light, just as the commandments reveal to us the just order of things, and our deficiencies from that order, just also as the grace of God reveals to us our native weakness, and makes us feel the need we have of a strength more than our own, wherewith to obey the truth and to keep the commandments. The higher the conscience is built in the truth, the fuller it is of the light of law, the more thoroughly the conscience is imbued with the grace of Christ, the more vigorously it censures the swelling movements of our selfish nature, that lift themselves against the truth and will of God, or resist His inspirations. Such is the force of conscience, that though 1,000 voices spoke in our favour, the secret voice of conscience will overbear them all. It will not be trifled with. It will stand no lying. 1,000 witnesses may speak in our favour, but instead of quieting the conscience, it will only awaken its more earnest rebuke. It will strike us, it will pierce us, it will suffer no false sentence to interfere with its inexorable judgment. The sin of Judah is written with a pen of iron, with the point of a diamond graven upon the tablet of the heart. The flatteries that contradict the conscience but provoke it to wound us with sharper stings and keener pangs of remorse. Pride may cloud and darken our mind, sensuality may blunt our sensibilities, a long neglect of God may harden us against the powers of conscience, but its light cannot be extinguished. The diamond point is there. The shock of sudden visitation may bear the soul to its light and sting once more. Or if death comes quicker than repentance, then drops the veil, then vanishes the pride, then stands the soul face to face before the conscience, with her dark record as its witness before the justice of God. End of Lecture 5, Part 2. Lecture 5, Part 3 of The Endowments of Man, by William Bernard Ullathorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 5, Self and Conscience, Part 3. That we may better understand the power of conscience, and what man would be without its light and guidance, let us suppose it withdrawn from the human breast, and extinguished in the race of man. God shall no longer assert His justice in the soul, or inspire her with the fear of His judgments. Man is left to his unbounded self-seeking. His pride and his sensual appetites have no curb, no restraint any longer. His imagination is let loose without fear or restraint upon his natural propensities and passions. There is nothing any longer left to withhold him but opinion and human law. There is nothing to curb him within. But when conscience is lost, what becomes of human law? Where are its principles to be found? Where are its rights? And where its sanctions? What ground, again, is left on which to build a public opinion? When the conscience of right and wrong has taken leave of the soul of man, where can it be found in the social life of man? Where again must we look for the common sense of what is or what is not becoming, what is the foundation of public opinion, since that also takes its rise from the human conscience? Even the unjust laws and unrighteous judgments of men affect to appeal to the common conscience, and to find their sanction in the light of conscience. But we are supposing a race of men in whom the light of conscience has expired, and who are abandoned to themselves without any interior illumination from the eternal law of God. What will there be left of the constitution of man? We shall not even find that fictitious man who has been portrayed by Origen and St. Chrysostom. Even the wicked man who wears the garb of reason like a stage costume will not be left. Even the man who puts on God's image like a mask to deceive his neighbours will be no longer found. There will be no more of those painted men put forth as real men, for when conscience is gone from mankind, hypocrisy must die out. There is no ground left to man on which to raise a moral pretension. There is not a single form of law or decency remaining out of which to make a cloak to cover evil deeds. Let us even grant the external coercion of human laws, however impossible in the conditions of the case, yet the interior bond of conscience is dissolved. The voice of God is no longer heard within the man. The stay that upholds rather than binds the will is gone. The moral tie that holds man to God has slipped away. Nothing is left to hold man to rule but the force of that external legislation which prohibits the violation of its laws in open day, leaving free licence to secrecy and the night. The eye of human law searches nothing but public wrong. It cannot penetrate into the breast of veiled iniquity, nor reach the deeds that are committed in secret. Iniquity has only to invent certain habits and costumes to cover its deformity, and to go about in by-paths instead of breaking out in the open face of the world. What can human law deal with beyond certain outbursts against human rights and social order? It cannot visit those hidden springs in the man from which all evil issues into day. It cannot deal with the sources of corruption. It knows nothing of sin, but only of certain open acts of injustice. The cognizance of sin is the mighty work of the ever wakeful conscience, which is seated in power close by the spring of the human will, enlightening, guiding, arguing, entreating, rebuking, encouraging, rewarding the good, and punishing the evil deed. But were the conscience removed from its office, and its light withdrawn, the cupidities, the lusts, the self-seeking propensities of men would be like a world of prisoners let loose in the dark, each running against the other, each overthrowing the other, each in pursuit of his own licence and liberty, the whole multitude contending against each other where all are seeking one and the same thing. Thus, whilst each other sets his will and pleasure upon his own game, and is bent on satisfying his own pride, indulging his own cupidities and satisfying his own lusts, what rivalries, what jealousies, what contentions, what shocks of destructive conflict would there be in the world, bestrewing the earth with the savage remnants of human nature, reduced to the condition of the fool who said in his heart, "There is no God." It would be incredible, if it were not a great public fact, that this age has produced a philosophy and a widely diffused sect whose ambition it is to reduce the world of man to the condition above described. This impious sect has invented the theory that it is not the will but the conscience of man which leads him to error and brings him to misery. Conscience, say these enemies of God and man, is that which troubles, resists, and contradicts the free instincts of man, restrains his action, afflicts him, and makes him unhappy. There are two useful confessions let out in the proclaiming of these propositions. The first admits that the man who separates himself from God is afflicted and unhappy. The second confesses that he is afflicted and unhappy through the tremendous power of conscience. When neglected, the conscience may slumber, but when directly opposed by the will, it rises with terrible force to assert its authority. We hear a cry from another school of atheistic sophistry, a cry of distress, and in that cry the confession that life to them is nothing but bitterness and misery, for which the conscience is chiefly responsible. And so the adepts of these sects propose to root up the conscience that God has planted in man, and to substitute another conscience of human manufacture, with some kind of civil state for its authority. Philosophy, or the democratic state, or the two combined, that is to say, the opinion of the multitude combined with the authority of the multitude, is to form a new conscience for mankind after the old one has been expelled, a conscience which shall represent God no longer, but man alone, not the individual man, but the socialist, atheistical man. Self and conscience are to be one and the same. The unenlightened instincts of the inferior man are to become the law of the whole man. The delirium of human pride can go no further. Conscience is not from us, but from God. He holds it in His power, not we in ours. When God implants a conscience in His intelligent creature, He implants it in the very essence of the spirit, and knits it into all the powers of the soul, so that to destroy the conscience would be to destroy the immortal soul herself. If it were possible to pluck out the conscience, and to break off the dependence of our spiritual being from God, a destruction like this would be the annihilation of reason, intelligence, law, order, the sense of good and evil, and whatever distinguishes man from the beast. Chaos is empty, dark, and void until it receives light, form, and order from the Spirit of God. The soul would be as empty, dark, and void if it had not received a spiritual light, a law, and a rule of order from the same eternal source. Happily, as man has not the power to destroy his soul, he has not the power to extinguish his conscience. As the expression of God's rights over man, and as the lofty guide of man to his greater good, conscience is in the keeping of God, and is safe from the destructive power of man. The purest as well as the highest energy of the human soul is charity, the principle of whose action God alone can give. There are loves which are follies, and they may be more truly called by grosser names. The love of God is the only power that can purify and regulate the lower affections and give to them that dignity of duty and that innocence from harm which make them safe and peaceful. God is the first object and the supreme object of the living, thinking, and loving soul. Tell a man to think on nothing but himself, and you insult his reason. Tell him to love nothing but himself, and you insult his conscience. Tell him to live for nothing but himself, and you insult his heart, and all that is manly and generous in his nature. Man is not made for himself. His conscience knows it, his heart feels it, his mind acknowledges it, even when his conduct contradicts it. If he has the least degree of humility, his soul is grateful that God has made him for what is infinitely greater than himself, whatever it costs his nature to reach his good. St. Paul's great argument on the power of the law of Moses to awaken the knowledge of sin is equally applicable to the law of nature in the conscience, and still more to the law of Christ. For every law of conscience is a light that gives us four revelations. First, it reveals to us the sanctity of God. Secondly, it makes known what sanctity God demands of us. Thirdly, it shows us our sinfulness in our shortcoming of the law, or our direct violation of its precepts. Fourthly, it reveals to us our native weakness, and the need we have of His help and grace, both to fulfil His law and to reach our eternal beatitude. These four great offices are committed by God to every law that is revealed in our conscience. Listen to the anatomizing words of St. Paul. Mark how they exhibit the darkness of self without conscience, how they display the action of the light of God within the conscience, how conscience reveals us to ourself, and how self and conscience stand contrasted with each other. Is the law sin? God forbid. But I did not know sin but by the law. For I had not known concupiscence, if the law had not said, Thou shalt not covet. Here pause. The I, or ego of man, is himself. He follows his concupiscence, but he does not know its destructive character. He does not know that it is opposite to the sanctity of God and to his own sanctity, and how destructive it is of his good, until the light of the law of God in his conscience reveals to him the evil of concupiscence, and forbids him to follow its impulsions. Let us now follow the text. But sin, taking occasion by the commandment, wrought in me all manner of concupiscence. For without the law sin was dead. And I lived some time without the law. But when the commandment came, sin revived, and I died. And the commandment that was ordained to life, the same was found death to me. Here pause again. In this most awful, because most truthful, exposition of the natural inward man, we find the ego, the I, the man's subjective will or self, taken hold of by sin, and working all manner of evil desire, for the very reason that it is forbidden him by the law revealed in his conscience. Before he knows the law, sin is dead, because he knows not the will of God, and sin consists in disobedience to the will of God. The evil is there, but it is a blind evil, not knowing the will of Him that made us. It is evil, but it is not actual sin. But when the commandment which ordains to life becomes revealed to the will through the conscience, self-love is provoked, pride resists, concupiscence is stimulated by the prohibition that would bind its license to oppose and disobey the law of God, and that law, whose blessed office it is to enlighten the way of life, becomes, through our disobedience, the cause of death. St. Paul continues: "Therefore the law indeed is holy, just, and good. Was that then which is good made death to me? God forbid. But sin, that it may appear sin, by that which is good wrought death in me, that sin, by the commandment, might become sinful beyond measure. For we know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold unto sin." The law is holy, just, and good, and when we compare ourselves with its light we discover the evil within us. But it also commands our obedience, and when we disobey, we sin against the light as well as against the command of our Creator, and thus, by the commandment, sin becomes sinful beyond measure. For the carnal man is weak and prone to carnal things, whilst the law is spiritual and invites to spiritual things. But when this carnal man refuses himself to the law, and delivers himself to sinful inclinations, like one sold unto slavery, he is delivered to a tyrannical master. The Apostle is far from asserting that our nature is evil, for it is the creature of God. This was the heresy of the so-called Reformers. What he asserted is that the will is too weak of itself, without the grace of God, to rise above the natural tendencies of our fallen nature and to keep the commandments of God. "For that which I work," he goes on to say, "I understand not. For I do not that good which I will, but the evil which I hate, that I do. If then I do that which I will not, I consent to the law, that it is good. I find then a law, that when I have a will to do good, evil is present with me. For I am delighted with the law of God according to the inward man, but I see another law in my members, fighting against the law of my mind, and captivating me in the law of sin that is in my members." The obscurity of this passage disappears when we understand that this second introduction of the word law is used ironically. The law in the members fighting against the law of the mind, and which St. Paul elsewhere calls the law of sin, is not a law in reality, but an habitual inclination of the man which he obeys as though it were a law, and which he opposes to the law of God. The first office, therefore, which is performed by the law of God is to humble us in the truth, and to show us how far we are from justice and from God, and this fills us with fear and humiliation. St. Augustine gives us this searching comment on the text: "How can we doubt but that the law was given that man might find himself? So long as God does not prohibit evil, man is hidden from himself, but when he receives the prohibiting law he finds out his weakness, and when he discovers himself he finds that he is doing evil. Whither shall he fly? Go where he will, he has himself still with him. Of what use is it, then, to try to escape that self-knowledge which is inflicted by his conscience?" What, then, is the remedy? St. Paul hastens to point it out. That the remedy is not in ourself is most certain and obvious from all that has been said, and from all that we know of ourselves. But the light of faith reveals both our own weakness and the remedy for that weakness, and St. Paul points to both in his conclusion. Unhappy man that I am, who will deliver me from this body of death? The grace of God, by Jesus Christ our Lord. As in another place the Apostle teaches that the whole work of faith and obedience to God is wrought out by the strength of grace. I can do nothing of myself, but I can do all things in Him that strengthens me. In further exposition we may quote two pithy sentences from St. Isidore. The creature, he says, knows himself better in God than in himself. The knowledge that he gets of himself from God is light and open day, but the knowledge that he gets of himself from himself is comparative darkness, and may be called the evening twilight. But when he discovers that what knowledge he gets of himself from himself is unsatisfactory, and goes to God for better knowledge, he obtains that better knowledge as in the day. Again, the holy Doctor says, the first gifts of God show us our culpability. Whilst we were under culpability we thought ourselves just. But the Divine Physician came to us, exposed our wounds, and composed Himself into a medicine by His death, with which to heal the wounds He had revealed. Since we are not an object to ourself, since the fundamental appetite of our soul is not towards ourself, but towards universal good, and since we are created to love God as the first principle of all love, how comes it that we can make ourself the object of our love, and even the first object of our love? How can that which is so barren be made the fertile object of affection? On what does self-love feed herself? Where does she obtain the fuel for the fire of that overmastering self-delight that darkens or extinguishes every nobler love? If we cannot live on self, how do we contrive to live on self-love? It must have a great deal of nourishment, because from the growth and ferment of self-love come the 7 deadly sins, with their several broods of vices and vanities. To live upon one's naked natural self would be like feeding the body with its own substance, or like increasing the flame of life without air or fuel, or like filling the cup with its own emptiness. To bend back our affections directly upon ourself would be to meet our conscience on the way, and so reveal the whole imposture. To understand on what our self-love acts, and from what it obtains nourishment, is one of the greatest secrets of self-knowledge, the possession of which is the key of self-control. Love is the life of the will, or, as St. Bonaventure puts it, love is the force of the will uniting itself to some beloved object. Or, as St. Augustine puts it, love is a certain life that unites, or desires to unite, two things together, that which loves and that which is beloved. This explanation of the nature of love is simple and complete. The will is the subject in which we love. That which the will loves is the object of its love. But if love be the union of two things, that which loves and that which is beloved, where is that object to be loved when we love ourself? How can self be at once the subject loving and the object that is loved? For love requires an object different from ourself, to which we desire to unite ourself. As St. Augustine observes, love attracts us to the object that we love, and draws us with affection towards that beloved object. But how can self be drawn and attracted towards self? Self and self are not two things, not even two terms, but only one. How then can self desire self, or be drawn to self, or be united to self, as if it were not the very same, but another? The explanation of this mystery of our nature, as I have said, is the great key to self-knowledge. Self-love, as we have repeatedly observed, is not directly exercised upon self. It works in roundabout ways, and by the reflection of one's self in many things that are distinct from us. We associate many persons and things with ourselves, and appropriate their qualities and virtues by a process of imagination, as though their properties were our own. After once appropriating these desirable properties, qualities, or virtues, we clothe them with our affections, and losing the just distinction between them and what is our own, we make these good things to be component parts of ourself. Self-love is sensitive, subtle, secret, and circuitous in her ways. Her delicacy lies chiefly in dissembling her selfish motives, and in wearing the appearance of good intentions, whilst her appetite is large, gross, and voracious. She is like a net with innumerable meshes, handled by self-complacency and self-esteem, that catches up and brings home to her the gifts of God, the goods of His providence, the virtues and good qualities of them that are better than herself, and whatever good things she comes in contact with. For this net is the triple concupiscence of the eyes, the flesh, and the pride of life. What her self-complacency and esteem take hold of, she builds into her imagination, and stores into her memory. There prides herself upon them, and displays them as her property. She cloaks herself, in fact, with 1,000 good things, that when the truth is sifted and justice done, will be found to belong to her imagination rather than to herself. It is in the imagination, therefore, that self-love forms that fictitious and objective image of herself, framed from so many borrowings which she loves and worships for her veritable self. But when, by the grace of God, we come to His light that reveals all things, and when we exercise that truthful justice upon ourselves that we call humility, and give to all what in justice is their due, to God what is due to God, to every creature what is due to that creature, and to ourself what is due to us, we shall find ourselves stripped of much that our self-love and our vanity have appropriated, and reduced to our native poverty, which God alone can enrich with His truth and good, whenever He finds us sufficiently humble and sincere to ascribe His gifts to Him and not to ourselves. The full capacity of the soul for greatness can only be opened by the grace and love of God. The great appetite for universal good that moves in the depths of the soul, and of which self-love is the corruption, can only be satisfied and contented by God. He alone can open out this vast capacity, and fill this immeasurable appetite for good. When the love of God is predominant in the will, it embraces all other loves within the love of God, which have their pure and beautiful order and noble generosity within this love and from this love. But when we make ourself the centre of our love and the point of attraction, the very capacity of the soul for pure love is contracted, shrunk up, and corrupted with vanity and pride. Nothing is so narrow, nothing is so ungenerous as self-love, except the pride that grows out of self-love. The help, the kindness, the affection, even the polite flattery of our friends, become so many mirrors in which self-love contemplates herself with conceit, and swells herself with importance. Our temporal and social surroundings, if they have any show in them, pass through the reflection of self-love into self-consciousness, as though they were of the substance of the man, and were not those external things that are common to a circle of humanity. The family, the social circle, the corporation, the order, the profession to which a man belongs, with all its ancestry, excellence, and reputation, elates the individual member with a corporate pride, as though it were his own particular and personal glory. And yet his own contribution to the corporate credit may be small even to invisibility, or nothing to boast of. Again, whatever knowledge, instruction, information, or example the self-loving man obtains from his fellow men, he will lay an original claim to it, as though it were the product of his own mind and the flow of his own fountain. Behold, I am against the prophets, saith the Lord, who steal my words, each from his neighbour. In short, self-love is the unrighteous steward. The things his master has entrusted to him he makes his own, and forgets his master's rights in them. Closing one ear to the voice of conscience, and the other to the voice of faith, and casting his eyes down that he may not see God, with the secret and serpentine embraces of his covetousness, he draws all things from God to himself, and closes the account. With the net of the three concupiscences, self-love draws her materials from every one's grounds, with which to build that idol of the imagination, the fictitious object of her love and admiration. Even the virtues, the charities, and commendable manners that are seen or read of in the choice portions of humanity, however far from her life and character, self-love can find herself invested with, and make her own. These are her paintings and cosmetics that deform instead of beautifying, and make her a spectacle of conceit to God, to angels, and to men. Fictions of life like these made the prophet exclaim in his excess, that is, when rapt from himself he saw the truth in God, that every man is a liar. He makes himself a falsehood with the fictions of self-love, and this falsehood is the contradiction of justice. But the humble man, who sees himself in God's light, who knows what he is by nature, and what, as the receiver of God's gifts, who gives to God what is due to God, to every creature what is due to that creature, and to himself what is due to himself, and who is filled with gratitude to God only equalled by his lowly estimation of himself, is that just and sincere man so often commended in the Scriptures. End of Lecture 5, Part 3. Lecture 6, Part 1 of The Endowments of Man, by William Bernard Ullathorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. LECTURE VI. Self and Conscience as unveiled in the Book of Job. Part1. Behold, my witness is in heaven, and he that knoweth my conscience is on high. Job chapter 16, verse 20. The providence of God works in two directions that seem to be opposite, but are both conservative of man. This is equally true in the natural and in the supernatural order of providence. The hand of God opens to pour blessings on us, and closes to take a firmer hold of us. The providence of prosperity enlarges us. The providence of adversity makes us stronger to endure. The one takes us abroad, the other concentrates us within. Prosperity exalts us, adversity brings us down to safety. Prosperity invites us to gratitude, adversity builds us up in fortitude and magnanimity. Thus, whilst prosperity should make us grateful, adversity ought to make us generous. By what God gives us we know His goodness. By what He withholds from us we know our weakness and our wants. The one is His bounty, the other His discipline. As the final end of man stands first in the view of God, and all things ordained for man have that final end for their chief consideration, the natural order of God's providence is directed with a final view to His supernatural providence, whose immediate object is our supernatural end. But this divine intention the supernatural man of faith can alone perceive. In the first order of providence, whilst man was yet innocent, and evil was unknown, all was prosperity. But in haec providentia, in this present dispensation, which is adapted to the fallen condition of man, one course of the divine providence moves in the direction of prosperity, and the other in the direction of adversity. The providence of adversity is ordained for the preservation of the soul from herself, from her self-love, elation, and pride, and to consolidate her in the stronger virtues of faith, hope, patience, and fortitude. With the gifts and advantages of nature, God cherishes us in life. With the privations and afflictions in which He leaves our nature, the same divine goodness checks our presumption, reminds us of our dependence, and detaches us from the allurements of this earthly life. When man lost his innocence, and lost with his innocence his union with God, an ever prospering order of providence in this world would have become to him the occasion of the greatest dangers and evils. It would have detached him more and more from God, and have filled him with an insufferable love of himself. It was therefore providentially ordained by the benignity of God that the earth should produce thorns and briars, that man should toil for his bread in the sweat of his brow, and that he should encounter many tribulations. Whilst, therefore, the prospering providence of God was ordained to keep us in the world, the adverse order of that same providence is ordained to keep us from the world, that it may not too much absorb our life, and also to bring us back to conscience and to God. The providence of adversity looks to our trial and to our education for the kingdom of heaven. That higher, holier, and more direct providence of God, which is manifested to souls in the order of grace, works also, like the first, in two conservative directions. Here also we experience the open hand of visible bounty, and the closed hand that holds the soul under trial for her greater security. The gifts of divine grace come from God to the soul in the open daylight of prosperity, or in the obscure twilight of adversity. At one time the soul is cheered with the conscious and sensible presence of the divine lights and graces. At another they are given in darker, more secret and drier forms of which nature is but little conscious. But the night of trial is ordained to invigorate the soul with stronger faith and greater patience. The will is called upon to brace itself with fortitude, and to act less from the impulse of sensibility than from the strength of principle. The constitution of the soul is invigorated by effort, and is being prepared to act more purely and generously when the open day of prosperity returns. In the order of His supernatural providence, God provides for each soul according to its actual dispositions and requirements, milk for the infants of grace, sweet things for them who are but novices in the spiritual life, strong meats for the strong, whom He would make yet stronger with a hardy discipline. The human soul is a deep abyss, whose inmost depths are unsearchable to human eyes. God alone knows what mysteries there are in those depths, and what are the subtle windings in her ways that escape our view. Self-love has many refuges. Sensuality is not all in the body, but has many secret ways of cleaving to the soul. Pride is not all on the surface. Its virulence lies deeper. Its bitterness is strongest in the roots that lurk in the deeper foundations of our nature, and are there concealed in obscure caverns among the windings of the soul, and hidden from observation. The prophet David, with all his light and clear-sightedness, felt he had reason to say to God, "From my secret sins cleanse me, O Lord." And St. Paul found it not unwise to say, "I am not conscious to myself of anything, yet am I not hereby justified. But He that judgeth me is the Lord." But God searches the dark places of the soul as with lamps. The divine light makes us conscious of God, but our own darkness makes us conscious of ourselves. As the ray of His light beams into our souls, we see that God is light and truth. When that light is withdrawn, we know that we are darkness. He enlighteneth every man that cometh into this world, and the light shineth in darkness. In the light of prosperity we are lighted up. In the twilight of adversity we are humbled down. In consolation we know the goodness of God. In desolation we know our own misery. Two things the just man must learn, that he may become more just still, and two things he must practice. He must know more thoroughly what he is of himself, and what he is by the grace of God. He must take off his trust from himself, and must rest his confidence wholly upon God. But this is accomplished by the alternate opening and closing of the hand of God's grace, at one time opening to us the serene day of spiritual prosperity, at another closing upon us in the twilight of adversity. David felt the divine gale when he sang, "O how great is the multitude of Thy sweetness, O Lord, which Thou hast hidden for them that fear Thee. Thou shalt hide them in the secret of Thy face from the disturbance of men." But when he emerged from the trial of adversity, he felt its strengthening power, and how it detached him from trust in himself, And he exclaims to all who are in like obscurity, I said in the excess of my mind, I am cast away before thine eyes. Therefore thou hast heard the voice of my prayer when I cried to thee. O love the Lord, all ye his saints, for the Lord will requite truth, and will repay them abundantly that act proudly. Do ye manfully, and let your heart be strengthened, all ye that hope in the Lord. When this night of adversity falls upon the faithful soul, it is eminently conservative, though it demands a great fidelity. For though the grace that is given is dry, obscure, and secret, it is strong and sustaining. As the soul is left without the conscious sense of God's presence with her, she feels the weakness and misery of her nature with a certain bitterness. Her native nothingness is searched more deeply, and her darkness becomes more sensible from the memory of her former light. Like the Apostle, she receives from herself the answer of death, not to trust in herself, but in God who lifts up the humble. The severer grace of God is cleansing her from her self-love, detaching her from the subtle cleavings of sensuality, and mortifying the roots of her pride. Through this interior discipline the soul gets a profounder knowledge of herself. Her will is called upon for more vigorous exertion to meet her difficulties. Her faith is deepened, however unconsciously, by its greater exercise. Her hope calls for strength by the apparently greater distance of its motive, and by the less reason of truth that she finds in herself, and the greater need for trust in God. And her patience concentrates the powers of her soul into closer solidity. But if her trials fail to advance that soul in the more solid and vigorous virtues, the fault is not in the trial, but in the soul unfaithful to the proof demanded of her. The right conduct of the soul under the discipline of adversity is given with admirable perfection in the 2nd chapter of Ecclesiasticus. Son, when thou comest to the service of God, stand in justice and fear, and prepare thy soul for temptation. Humble thy heart and endure. Incline thine ear and receive the words of understanding, and make not haste in the time of clouds. Wait on God with patience, join thyself to God, and endure that thy life may be increased in the latter end. Take all that shall be brought upon thee, and in thy sorrow endure, and in thy humiliation keep patience. For gold and silver are tried in the fire, but acceptable men in the furnace of humiliation. Believe in God, and He will recover thee, and direct thy way, and trust in Him. When God subjects a soul to great trials because He would consolidate her virtues and accumulate great sanctity in her, He often accompanies her internal trials with external adversities, and permits external afflictions to befall her from the natural course of providence, as well as internal visitations from the closed hand in the divine and supernatural order. Trouble comes from the creature wounding when least expected, as well as from internal desolation. Nor are the authors of these troubles always actuated by malice, like Satan with Job, but persons with no evil intentions will first misjudge, and then act on their misjudgment, like the 4 friends of Job. But when trial is heaped on trial, from without, from within, and on every side, and each of these trials gives weight and keenness to the other, Self-love finds nothing to repose upon, pride has nothing left to feed upon, the whole subjective creature tastes of bitterness. To trust in one's self seems a mockery, for the whole spirit of the man is humbled, he finds himself out, and nothing remains but God, and hope, and patience. It is not in prosperity that a man best knows himself. When the world smiles upon us, and all things around us flatter our self-love, our spirit must indeed be strongly united with God if we are not drawn out of ourselves, away from our lights, and weakened in the central spring and force of our soul. Only the firmest souls, well disciplined already in the two ways of grace, who have secured a calm centre of life that is never allowed to be intruded upon by whatever external movement, can so use the world, when borne on the flood of prosperity, as though they used it not. When God intends to raise souls to a great and noble sanctity, He does not trust them to prosperity. Sooner or later, openly or secretly, He sends troubles from the world, or permits them troubles from evil spirits, or troubles from themselves, either one or two or all of these, according to their strength. By these trials and reverses they learn to know themselves, they gain the deep consciousness of the helplessness of their nature, and draw closer to God from fear of themselves. Interior prosperity, too much prolonged, especially with weak and untried souls, is often dangerous to advancement, more even than external prosperity on stronger souls. The soul gets elated with her gifts, ruffles herself with conceits, and is contented with her surface lights, while in her deeper heart and lower sensibilities, where the roots of self-love and pride are by no means extirpated, the sharp remedies of humiliation and trial are needed, before the soil of the spirit can be purged and prepared for God's holier gifts of light and sanctity. The greatest teachings are in great examples, not to speak at this moment of the example of our Blessed Lord, in whom whatever is human is also divine. The sacred Scriptures give us great examples of human nature under the most terrible trials, where what is but obscurely seen in ordinary cases is there exhibited with a force and clearness that reveals our human nature to its lowest depths. Of these examples, the greatest in the Old Testament are those of Job and David, both princes, both rulers of men. In the case of both these princes and prophets we behold the history of a prosperity mounting even to the heavens, and then of an adversity descending even to the abyss. Yet each of them recovered his prosperity with a more wise, serene, and perfect soul. Both have left us the effusion of their souls, the historic truth of which is guaranteed by divine inspiration. And in both their histories we behold our human nature probed by suffering and sorrow to its lowest depths. As a revelation of what is most hidden in human nature, there is nothing like the words of Job, except the Psalms of David and the Epistles of St. Paul, unless we may add to them the Confessions of St. Augustine. Then the venerable antiquity of this book of Job, the sublimity of its composition, the fact that it records the words of a patriarch who lived outside, if not before, the law of Moses, a book nevertheless that has been a profound instruction both to the Judaic and the Christian Church, All these facts combine to give a singular and solemn significance to its teachings. For the period of 4,000 years, the patience of Job has been a proverb that has strengthened many a weary mind. Some have thought the book of Job to be a parable, and that Job had no personal existence. But as St. Thomas observes after St. Gregory, although this may not much concern us, as far as the inspired doctrine of the book is concerned, it very much concerns us as far as historical truth is in question. In the prophet Ezekiel we read, "When a land shall sin against me, if 3 just men, Noah, Daniel, and Job, shall be in it, they shall deliver their own souls by their justice, saith the Lord of hosts." Here Job is numbered among living men, with Noah and Daniel. In the book of Tobias it is said, "This trial, therefore, the Lord permitted to happen to him, that an example might be given to posterity, as also the patience of Job. For as the kings insulted over holy Job, so his relations and kinsmen mocked against his life." St. James also says in his epistle, "Behold, we account them blessed who have endured. You have heard of the patience of Job, and you have seen the end of the Lord, that He is merciful and compassionate." Thus both the Old and New Testaments unite in presenting Job to us as an historic person. To be brief, where much might be said, the Septuagint version, the Arabic, and the Old Italic identify Job with Jobab, who ruled in the city of Jethem. He was the son of Zerah and Bosra, the 5th in descent from Abraham through Esau, whose genealogy is recorded in Genesis, and who is numbered among the chiefs of Edom in Paralipomenon. A great deal of tradition supports this view, as well as the Greek version of Theodotion. Everything recorded of Job and his friends has a local character and colour, and there is a considerable coincidence in his history with names of persons and places given in other parts of sacred history. Then Job is a conspicuous figure of Christ, a prophet of the redemption, and of the resurrection from the dead, and he is celebrated as a saint both in the Eastern menologies and in the Roman martyrology. End of Lecture 6, Part 1. Lecture 6, Part 2 of The Endowments of Man, by William Bernard Ullathorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 6, Self and Conscience as unveiled in the Book of Job, Part 2. The Book of Job embraces 2 great subjects, the personal trials of Job, and the controversy with his friends on the ways of God's providence. The friends of Job take up the position that God does not afflict the innocent, and that his sufferings prove him to be guilty of hidden crimes. Against this position and consequent accusation, Job contends with all the might of his afflicted soul. He defends his innocence before men, and as men measure justice, but he accepts the position that no man can be justified compared with God. This maxim, which is 7 times repeated in the course of the dialogue, is the key of the whole controversy. Finally, God intervenes to justify His servant. But the object of this lecture is to treat of the personal afflictions and trials of Job as they explain the more obscure mysteries of self and conscience. At the opening of the book, Job is a prosperous Arab chief, surrounded with his family, ruling his people, and judging them at the city gate. He is looked upon by his people with great veneration for his piety, benevolence, and wisdom. Although living under the law of nature, he is a man of deep faith, inheriting the religious traditions of Noah and Abraham. He is a man of prayer, and the priest of his family, offering sacrifices to God in the faith of a Redeemer to come. He is fully conversant with the doctrines of creation, of providence, and of the fall of the angels. He is deeply conscious of the malignant influence of the evil spirits, and of the good offices of the holy spirits. His soul is keenly alive to the necessity and power of divine grace, and he sublimely teaches that the breath of the Almighty giveth intelligence. And, as we have said, he is both the figure and the prophet of the divine mystery of redemption. Let us first hear his own description of his former dignity and prosperity. "Who will grant me," he says, "that I might be as in the months past, as in the days when God kept me, when His lamp shined over my head, and I walked by His light in darkness, as I was in the days of my youth, when God was familiarly in my tabernacle, when the Almighty was with me, and my servants round about me, when I washed my feet with butter, and the rock poured me out rivers of oil, when I went to the gate of the city, and in the street they prepared me a chair. The young men saw me, and hid themselves. The old men rose up in my presence. The princes ceased to speak, and laid their fingers on their mouth. The rulers held their peace, and their tongue cleaved to their throat. The ear that heard me blessed me, and the eye that saw me gave witness to me, because I had delivered the poor man that cried out, and the fatherless that had no helper. The blessing of him that was ready to perish came upon me, and I comforted the widow. I was clad with justice, and I clothed myself with my justice, as with a robe and a diadem. I was an eye to the blind, and a foot to the lame. I was the father of the poor, and the cause I knew not I searched out diligently. I broke the jaws of the wicked man, and out of his teeth I took their prey. And I said, I shall die in my nest, and as a palm tree shall multiply my days, when I sat as a king, with his army standing about him. Yet I was a comfort of them that mourned." Such is the wise, holy, prosperous, and powerful Idumean chief who is destined, by his privations and sufferings, to reveal to mankind what man is in himself, and what by the grace and strength of God. The holy patriarch is not punished for iniquities committed, but is afflicted for the revelation of his virtues, for the perfecting of his soul, and for the instruction of mankind. When the sons of God came to stand before the Lord, and Satan, after walking through the earth, came also to the Eternal Presence, the Almighty said to him, "Hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him on the earth, a simple, upright man, fearing God and avoiding evil?" Then Satan pleaded the self-love and self-interest of Job. "Doth Job fear God in vain? Hast thou not made a fence for him, and his house, and his substance round about? Blessed the work of his hands, and his possession hath increased on the earth. But stretch forth thy hand a little, and touch all he hath, and see if he bless thee not to thy face." Then, to prove that Job did not serve God for temporal reward, but from faith and piety, the Lord said to Satan, "Behold, all that he hath is in thy hand, only put not thy hand on his person." Suddenly come the messengers of calamity one upon another. The holy man finds himself stripped of his possessions, bereaved of his children, and his house destroyed over his head. He rose up, rent his garments, fell down upon the ground, and worshipped, saying, Naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. This is the language of one so just and so humble that at the very instant of his visitation he can recognize what he is of himself, and what by the good gifts of God's providence. Then Satan stood again in the sight of God, and the Lord said to him, Hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him on the earth, a man simple and upright, fearing God and avoiding evil, and still keeping his innocence? But thou hast moved me against him, that I should afflict him without cause. And Satan answered and said, Skin for skin, and all that a man hath he will give for his life. But put forth thy hand, and touch his bones and his flesh, and then shalt thou see that he will bless thee to thy face. And the Lord said to Satan, Behold, he is in thy hand, but yet save his life. Outwardly and inwardly God permits Satan to test the just and innocent man, until the trial comes nigh to the fountain of his life. The body of Job is delivered up to the tempter, and also his imagination, but the substance of his soul is sacred from his touch. He is struck, in his bereaved condition, with ulceration and loathsome disease from head to foot. The worms in his flesh anticipate the grave, and over his festering state of misery he exclaims, I have said to rottenness, Thou art my father, to worms, my mother and my sister. His refuge is the solitary heap of refuse by his once prosperous gate, where he casts his quaking limbs, exposed by day and night to every change of the elements. Consolation has left his soul. Darkness has overcome his mind, that was once serene with light. His imagination is assailed with fears and terrors. His soul is filled with bitterness. Thrown back from everything that had hitherto been his comfort, thrown back from every pleasant sensation through the sufferings of his earthly frame, thrown back from every agreeable image on which his mind could repose, through the fears that haunt his imagination, thrown back from the sweet light of serene intelligence, through the darkness that overshadows his mind, thrown back upon his naked soul, where horror contends with bitterness, the afflicted man finds nothing to intervene between his conscience and his denuded self, between God hidden in the cloud from his mind and sense, and himself enveloped in suffering and obscurity. His wife is still left him, not as a comforter but as a tempter. She rails at his simplicity, and with ironical advice tells him in no gentle terms to bless God and die. And what is his reply? Softly he says to her, Thou hast acted as one of the foolish women. If we have received good things from the hand of God, why should we not receive evil? In all these things Job did not sin with his lips. His 3 friends, when they beheld him, knew him not. With oriental vehemence they expressed their grief and their compassion, after which they sat with him 7 days and nights on the ground, and no man spake a word to him, for they saw that his grief was very great. For those 7 long days and nights, watched by his silent friends, the afflicted man takes his own silent refuge in his soul, which Satan cannot touch, and endures the pains of sense, the pains of outward and inward privation, the horrors that spring from his affrighted imagination, and the fears of uncertainty of what may follow. He contemplates the helplessness of his nature, and explores the mystery of his being. After this long and dreary silence, Job opened his mouth and cursed his day, and he said, "Let the day perish wherein I was born, and the night in which it was said, A man-child is conceived. Let that day be turned into darkness, and let not the light shine upon it." In this mysterious outburst of what his mind saw, his sensitive nature spoke in the strongest terms of horror and anathema. And what he saw was the origin of all human misery. He saw that original sin of the human race. He saw how it had descended in the conception and birth of man, and how its calamities had come like a flood upon himself. The purest souls see the consequence of that evil the most clearly. Although the prophet Jeremias was sanctified in his mother's womb, he exclaims with an equal vehemence of malediction, "Cursed be the day wherein I was born. Let not the day in which my mother bare me be blessed. Why came I out of the womb to see labour and sorrow, and that my days should be spent in confusion?" Both the prophet of the Mosaic law and the prophet of the natural law denounce the sin of Adam, says St. Jerome. In their own miseries and sorrows they bewail the miseries and sorrows of all mankind, and trace them to their primal source in that criminal apostasy. Job cursed not the day of his creation, but in judgment and justice he anathematized that original evil which attended his conception and birth. He wished to be an abortive from this evil. His malediction, as St. Gregory observes, was not depraved, but holy, and in accord with that divine malediction which was passed upon the original sin of man. We are prepared, therefore, to hear this man of faith ask of God, "Who can make him clean who is conceived of unclean seed? Is it not Thou who alone art?" But we shall not embrace the full significance of the sufferings and sorrows of this just and innocent man unless we also contemplate him as an appointed figure of Christ. In the agonies of his nature and the resignation of his soul, he prepares us to contemplate the two wills in Christ, the human and the divine. In the sacred agony of Christ, the inferior and sensitive will exclaims, "Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me," whilst the superior will, one with the divine, adds the oblation, "Nevertheless, not as I will, but as Thou willest." In his expiatory abandonment and desolation on the cross, he first exclaims, my God, why hast Thou forsaken me?" But in expiring he again cries out, "Into Thy hands I commend my spirit." So in the words of Job we sometimes hear the voice of his inferior nature in lamentation, and then of his superior will in resignation. Again, Job, like Christ, whom he is prefiguring, has to contend, in the fight of patience, with invisible as well as with visible adversaries, and at the same time to endure his own grievous sufferings and utter desolation. But in the case of Job, God alone, who secretly sustains him, knows the final issue of his sufferings. His first exclamations are undoubtedly the cries of his inferior nature, and after the maledictions upon that original sin that came into existence with his nature, he says, " Before I eat, I sigh, and as overflowing waters, so is my roaring. For the fear which I feared hath come upon me, and that which I was afraid of has befallen me. Have I not dissembled? Have I not kept silence? Have I not kept quiet? And indignation is come upon me." The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. But whoever is called to a high and divine wisdom must first be purified from the secret remains of self-love and sensuality with great and most searching fears. To accomplish this refining of his spirit, the whole nature of Job is pierced through with fears, not only of himself, but especially of such sins as may be hidden from his sight, and of such weaknesses as are unknown to him, however visible to the eye of God. Hence his often repeated prayer that his sins may be made known to him. "How many are my iniquities and sins? Make me know my crimes and offences. Why hidest thou thy face, and thinkest me thy enemy?" While his friends sympathize with his sufferings, they are misled by a stern and cruel error, which is fixed like a principle in their minds. They are possessed with the notion that God afflicts none but the guilty in this life, whilst He prospers the innocent. And of course they do not know that God has permitted Satan to afflict Job, even to the verge of his life, to test his justice, to give him the victory over evil, and to perfect his soul. Their own grievous error is the ground of all their accusations, and it is against this error that holy Job directs his replies. But those replies are mingled with his own reflections upon himself, and with his prayers and complaints to God. Eliphaz the Themanite opens his discourse with this charge, and the rest pursue it to the end of the controversy. "If we begin," he says, "to speak to thee, perhaps thou wilt take it ill. But who can withhold the words he has conceived? Behold, thou hast taught many, and hast strengthened the weary hands. Thy words have confirmed them that were staggering, and thou hast strengthened the trembling knees. But now the scourge has come upon thee, and thou faintest. It hath touched thee, and thou art troubled. Where is thy fear, thy fortitude, thy patience, and the perfection of thy ways? Remember, I pray thee, who ever perished, being innocent? Or when were the just destroyed?" The charge is most grievous and unjust, because the loss of his justice and innocence is not concluded from any known misconduct, but from his sufferings alone. And so the charge falls, by implication, upon the providence of God as well as upon Job, for which reason God rebukes it in the end. Yet this judgment passed upon Job on his dunghill was passed upon Christ on His cross. But Job replies throughout with the firmest assertion of his justice before men, although he will not assert his justice before God. Judged by man's day, he is innocent, nor do his sufferings prove the contrary. But before the infinite purity and justice of God, he fears and trembles, not knowing what God may find in him. He can establish his justice before men, and to them he says, "God forbid that I should judge you to be just, Till I die I will not depart from my innocence. My justification, which I have begun to hold, I will not forsake, for my heart doth not reprehend me in all my life." But when the holy Patriarch turns from the judgment of men to the judgment of God, he holds another language. "He alloweth not my spirit to rest, and He filleth me with bitterness. If strength be demanded, He is most strong. If equity of judgment, no man dare bear witness for me. If I would show myself innocent, He shall prove me wicked. Although I should be simple, even this my soul shall be ignorant of, and I shall be weary of my life." Again he exclaims, "I have sinned. What shall I say to Thee, O Keeper of men? Why dost Thou not remove my sin, and why dost Thou not take away my iniquity?" When therefore Eliphaz told his vision of the night, how there stood one whose countenance he knew not, an image before his eyes, and he heard a voice, as it were of a gentle wind, which said: "Shall man be justified in comparison with God? Or shall a man be more pure than his Maker?" Job responded in complete accordance with the heavenly voice: "Indeed, I know it is so, and that man cannot be justified compared with God. If he will contend with Him, he cannot answer Him one for 1,000." This is the keynote of the whole mind of Job. It is also the cause of his inmost fears, lest there should be that found in him that accords not with the justice and purity of God. This also is the severest of his inward trials, that, oppressed with darkness and withered with dryness, he knows not that these very storms of tribulation are purifying his nature and preparing him for greater sanctity. He therefore cries out in his anguish: "The arrows of the Lord are within me, the rage whereof drinketh up my spirit, and the terrors of the Lord war against me." These fears are shaking out from him the last remnants of trust in himself, and he exclaims: "Who will grant me that my request may come, and that God may give me what I look for? For what is my strength that I can hold out, or what is my end that I should keep patience?" Amazed at the void in himself when reduced to nothing but himself, astonished at the weakness of his nature when left unsustained by any created help or sensibility, and, as it would seem to him, deserted even by divine help, again he cries out: "I am brought to nothingness. As a wind Thou hast taken away my desire, and my prosperity hath passed away as a cloud, and my soul fadeth away within myself, and the days of affliction possess me." Thus David also cried to God when searched by trial to the centre of his soul: "I am brought to nothing, and I knew it not. I am become as a beast of burden before Thee, and I am always with Thee." With a capacity for good that is so great, and with an appetite for good that is so urgent, yet with such an incapacity to live upon one's self, the soul that has lost hold of the external creature has lost hold of the strength and comfort of her own body, has lost hold of her pleasant imaginings, has lost the serenity of her light, has lost, above all, the assurance of peace and friendship with God. The soul in such a state of privation finds out her nothingness, finds out with the fullest certainty that she is no object or cause of content to herself. So deeply is the nature of the suffering Patriarch searched through, that in astonishment with the spectacle he exclaims to God, "What is a man that Thou shouldst magnify him? Or why dost Thou set Thy heart upon him? Thou visitest him early in the morning, and Thou provest him suddenly. I have sinned, what shall I do to Thee, O Keeper of men? Why hast Thou set me opposite to Thee, and I am become a burden to myself?" Then turning from God to himself, he pours out his anguish anew. "My soul is weary of myself. I will let go my speech against myself. I will speak in the bitterness of my soul. I will say to God, do not condemn me. Tell me why Thou judgest me so. Doth it seem good to Thee that Thou shouldst calumniate me and oppress me, the work of Thy hands, and help the counsel of the wicked?" The more he despairs of help in himself, the more earnestly he turns to God for help. "Thou hast granted me life and mercy, and Thy visitation hath kept my spirit. Although Thou conceal these things in Thy heart, yet I know that Thou rememberest all things. If I have sinned, and Thou hast spared me for an hour, why dost Thou not suffer me to be clean from my iniquity?" The sense of her remoteness from God in a soul that has learnt that there is nothing worth the soul but God, fills her with new fears of His unapproachable majesty and sanctity. At the contemplation of God, who has not yet appeared in our human nature to reassure us, Job is struck with awe, and with consequent dread of himself. He abdicates the whole reign of self-love, and approaches his deliverance. The clouds begin to move, and the light begins to dawn. The inspiring voice of a serener grace begins to rise above the moanings of the sufferer. His one desire and prayer is that God would completely purify his soul. "Two things only do not to me, and then from Thy face I shall not hide myself. Withdraw Thy hand from me, and let not Thy dread terrify me. Call me, and I will answer Thee, or else I will speak, and do Thou answer me. How many are my iniquities and sins? Make me know my crimes and offences. Why hidest Thou Thy face, and thinkest me Thy enemy? Against a leaf that is carried away by the wind, Thou showest Thy power, and pursuest dry stubble. For Thou writest bitter things against me, and consumest me for the sins of my youth." End of Lecture 6, Part 2. Lecture 6, Part 3 of The Endowments of Man, by William Bernard Ullathorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 6, Self and Conscience as Unveiled in the Book of Job. Part 3. We have seen the fearful process by which a man is stripped of all things but himself, and the desolations by which the hidden remains of self-love and pride are driven from their concealments. We have seen the amazement and the terror, the contrition and the distress, of a soul searched through with lamps until she finds out that she is nothing apart from God. We have seen how, amidst the obscurations of the soul, the secret light of God's law in the conscience fulfils its fourfold office, whilst humiliation and sorrow are opening out the hidden things of that soul. Firstly, it reveals the sanctity of God. Secondly, it makes known to him his own want of sanctity. Thirdly, it exposes to him how helpless he is by nature to rise above himself. Fourthly, it shows him what a great need he has of God's light and grace, as well to know himself as to remove his iniquity, and to bring him into union with God. Of the prophetic character of Job's sufferings, as he figures forth the person of Christ, his innocence among the most malignant accusations, and the terrible course of his passion and crucifixion, we have the most vivid representation in the 16th chapter of the record of his sufferings and sayings. My enemy hath beheld me with terrible eyes. They have opened their mouths upon me, and reproaching me, they have struck me on the cheek. They are filled with my pains. God hath shut me up with the unjust man, and hath delivered me into the hands of the wicked. I, that was formerly so wealthy, am all on a sudden broken to pieces. He hath taken me by the neck, he hath broken me, and hath set me up to be his mark. He hath compassed me about with lances, he hath wounded my loins. He hath not spared, and hath poured out my bowels on the earth. He hath torn me with wound upon wound. He hath rushed in upon me like a giant. I had sewed sackcloth upon my skin, and have covered my flesh with ashes. My face is swollen with weeping, and my eyelids are dim. These things have I suffered without the iniquity of my hand, when I offered pure prayers to God. O earth, cover not thou my blood, neither let my cry find a hiding place in thee. For behold, my witness is in heaven, and he that knoweth my conscience is on high. My friends are full of words. My eye poureth out tears to God. And oh, that a man might be judged with God, as the Son of Man is judged with his companion. For behold, short years pass away, and I am walking in a path by which I shall not return. The sufferings of all just men obtain their purifying value from the sufferings of Christ, whether they anticipate and prophesy the sufferings of Christ, or whether they follow and fill up the measure of those sufferings. For the redeeming Head of humanity suffers with the members, and the members suffer with the Head. All that will live godly in Christ, says St. Paul, shall suffer persecution. And this is equally true of the prophets of Christ and the servants of Christ. So much so, and so mingled are the sufferings of the prophets of Christ with the sufferings of Christ, that sometimes they plainly describe the sufferings of Christ, and sometimes they more plainly describe their personal sufferings. In every faithful soul the one is blended with the other. Against the ever recurring accusations of his adversaries, Job continued to assert his justice, and never for a moment wavers. He is just according to their measure of justice. He is not wicked on their argument and proof of wickedness, not wicked because he is suffering. Such an argument, were it admitted, would destroy the whole proof of human redemption, and this false principle is therefore destroyed beforehand. It was essential that the mind of men should be imbued with the truth, that innocence may be present under great and overwhelming sufferings. But whilst he indicates this general truth, the Patriarch of suffering puts the point of difference between the human and the divine side of his own case in this pithy sentence: "O that a man might be judged before God, as the Son of Man is judged with his companion." That is, happy would it be for the man if the eye of God looked no farther for his guilt than the eye of his fellow man can see. But before the Eternal Judge he has no defence to make, because he has not the knowledge of himself that God has of him. His life has been pure as men estimate purity, and he solemnly declares, "I made a covenant with my eyes, that I would not think upon a virgin. For what part should God from above have in me, and what inheritance the Almighty from on high?" And yet before God, who sees the inner parts of man, and judges him by the purest laws of humility, charity, and sanctity, according to the bent of his motives in the light of his conscience, he cannot venture to assert his innocence, however unconscious he may be of present guilt. So his thoughts turn back upon the one burden of his wailing song: "Man cannot be justified compared with God. He is wise in heart, and mighty in strength. Who hath resisted Him, and hath had peace? God, whose wrath no man can resist, and under whom they stoop that bear up the world. What am I, then, that I should answer Him, and have words with Him, I who, although I should have any just thing, would not answer, but would make supplication to my Judge?" The more a soul is made conscious of her nothingness apart from God, the more need she feels for that fundamental justice which we call humility, which subjects her to God and opens her spirit to the grace and inspiration of His Holy Spirit. This enables her to deal justly and truthfully with God, and to look hopefully and expectantly to Him for her deliverance from the bondage of evil, whether open or secret, knowing that God is the place of the soul, and that however distant He may be in consolation, He is close at hand in presence and power. The just man therefore feels a certain secret sense of God's presence, whatever dark clouds intervene, and is not altogether unconscious of the secret strength with which he is sustained. It is evident through all the lamentations of Job that although his conscience reprehends him not in all his life, yet he yearns most earnestly for greater light of conscience, that he may see whatever there is recorded against him, and so may know what he has to condemn, that he may not be condemned, and what he has to punish, that he may not be punished. "Let a man," says St. Anselm, "go up into the judgment seat of his mind, and set himself before his own eyes. And when he has set up judgment in his heart, let his thoughts accuse him, and his conscience be the witness, and let fear be the executioner. Then let the blood of his soul flow in tears on his confession. Let the image of the future judgment stand before his eyes. And whatever he sees in himself that the Judge to come would reprehend and punish, let him at once reprehend and punish in himself. For whether sins be little or great, they cannot be passed over unjudged and unpunished. They must be either condemned and punished by the man, or be judged and avenged by God. But the divine vengeance is stopped when the man is converted. For if we judge ourselves, we shall not be judged, by which we understand that we must be punished in this life or in the life to come. Even in the darkest hours, when the words of Job sound almost like accents of despair, the holy man was not unconscious of God's secret support. We hear him therefore saying, "Thou hast granted me life and mercy, and Thy visitation hath kept my spirit." And he even says, "Although He should kill me, I will hope in Him, yet I will reprove my way in His sight." But when the cloud opens, and God draws nearer to His servant, and he begins to see the divine intention for which his sufferings are permitted, how sweet and touching are the words of the reviving man: "Who will grant me that I may know and find Him, and come even to His throne? But He knoweth my way, and hath tried me as gold that passeth through fire. My foot hath followed His steps. I have kept His way, and have not declined from it. I have not departed from the commandments of His lips, and the word of His mouth I have hid in my bosom. God hath softened my heart, and the Almighty hath troubled me." Then from the depths of that purified heart springs up the complete expression of Job's faith and trust. "I know that my Redeemer liveth, and on the last day I shall rise out of the earth. And I shall be clothed again with my skin, and in my flesh I shall see my God. This my hope is laid up in my bosom." We have heard three voices from the soul of Job: the voice of wailing over his denuded, helpless, and suffering self; the voice of conscience justifying him before men, accusing him before God; and the voice of faith, to which, through all his trials, he holds with unwavering steadfastness. We have yet to hear the voice of God reinvigorating and comforting His servant, and again the voice of Job subjecting his soul to God in humiliation for his faults, and in gratitude for His justification and deliverance. The Lord answered Job out of a whirlwind, and after rebuking him for wrapping up counsel in unskilful words, He said to Job: "Gird up thy loins like a man. I will ask thee, and answer thou me. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Tell me if thou hast understanding." Then follows that magnificent chain of questions on the creation and providence of God. The mind of Job is humbled into conscious ignorance, and the conceit of his wisdom purified, and in a lowly spirit he replies: "What can I answer who have spoken inconsiderately? I will lay my hand on my mouth. One thing I have spoken which I wish I had not said, and another to which I will add no more." In three ways our Creator questions us. He strikes us with the rod of trial, that we may answer by exhibiting the extent of our patience and resignedness. He puts some hard command on us, that we may answer by showing the extent of our obedience. He opens certain truths to our understanding, whilst He keeps others in His divine reserves, and questions us upon them, that we may manifest the measure of our humility. Thus God questions us by afflictions, by demands upon our will, and by the exposure of our ignorance. And He exacts the reply of patience, obedience, and humility. The Almighty opens out the wonders of His creation to Job. This is His interrogation. Job replies by humbling himself to the dust before the might, the majesty, and the wisdom of God. Made conscious of his ignorance, he yields his own poor conceptions of God's works to those grand conceptions of them which God has given him. Yet he perfectly understands that these sublimer views of them are so far from being the full mind of God, that they are only adaptations of the truth to his own limited understanding, and that what is most wondrous in those works is only known to the divine intelligence. Whence then cometh wisdom, and where is the place of understanding? It is hidden from the eyes of all living. God understandeth the way of it, and He knoweth the place of it." After Job had heard all the words of the Lord, he replied, as he was commanded, to the divine interrogation: "I know that Thou canst do all things, and no thought is hidden from Thee. Who is this that hideth counsel without knowledge? Therefore I have spoken unwisely, and things that above measure exceeded knowledge. Hear, and I will speak. I will ask Thee, and do Thou tell me. With the hearing of the ear I have heard Thee, but now my eye seeth Thee. Therefore I reprehend myself, and do penance in dust and ashes." As sight gives us a far more perfect knowledge than hearing, so does the purified spirit of Job give him an incalculably greater knowledge of God and himself than the knowledge he had before his same spirit was purified by suffering and self-searching. What was before to him but as the voice of God whispering from a distance, is now as a vision of God. "I have heard Thee, but now my soul seeth Thee." The darkness that makes the soul sensible how God is her light and comfort has departed. The desolation that taught him his nothingness before God is gone. A serene humility has taken the place of that scouring affliction, and rising up from his sufferings, the holy man is filled with light, and refreshed with the sweetness of the Holy Spirit. His conscience has borne witness to the rectitude of his intentions, but now he sees so much more clearly what God is, and what he is in himself, that the holy chief, with awe and reverence, falls prostrate before God, and, confessing his weakness with profound humility, exclaims: "I condemn myself, and do penance in dust and ashes." On this conclusion St. Gregory remarks: "The less a man sees of himself, the less he is displeased with himself. The more light and grace he obtains, the more he knows that he is reprehensible. When raised up in his inward powers, he sees a law of life above him, and he strives to come up to its level. But soon he finds that his weakness holds him back, and that in many things he falls away from that law of life, for he feels a heavy burden upon him that keeps him down from the perfection of the law. After trials had scoured and searched his nature through, the blessed Job was brought very near to the law of life. Its light shone fully upon him, and this caused him to turn with keen rebuke upon himself, and to say: "I condemn myself." But self-condemnation calls for penance and punishment, which caused him to add: "I do penance in dust and ashes." Whoever stands before God with true knowledge of himself knows that he is but dust and ashes. Abraham had this true knowledge of himself, and prostrate before God he also said: "I will adore the Lord, who am but dust and ashes." Dust and ashes humble the body with punishment after it has caused the soul to sin. Rude discomforts to the flesh express the compunction of remorse in the soul. Dust and ashes remind us that as God has made us from the dust, we ought not to take to ourselves the glory of His gifts, and remind us also that through God's sentence on our sin, our body shall return to dust and ashes. Then God made the blessed Job the intercessor for his friends, and said: "Go to my servant Job, and offer for yourselves a holocaust. And my servant Job shall pray for you. His face will I accept, that folly be not imputed to you. For you have not spoken right things before me, as my servant Job hath. So Eliphaz the Themanite, and Baldad the Shuhite, and Sophar the Naamathite went and did as the Lord had spoken to them, and the Lord accepted the face of Job. The Lord also was turned at the penance of Job when he prayed for his friends, and the Lord gave Job twice as much as he had before. We cannot better conclude than with the words with which Origen brings his comment to a close. Blessed are they who imitate thee, O most blessed Job. Blessed are they who follow thy steps. Blessed are they who, like thee, are consummated in faith and piety, by enduring whatever befalls them. They will rest eternally with God the Father, to whom be glory for ever. Amen. End of Lecture 6, Part 3. Lecture 7, Part 1 of The Endowments of Man, by William Bernard Ullathorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 7, On Evil and the Origin of Evil. Part 1. Thou art not a God that willeth iniquity. Psalm 5, verse 5. Knowledge becomes wisdom when it reaches the heart and draws the will from evil to good. Next to the knowledge of God and of His gifts, there is no knowledge that clears the mind from so many delusions, solves so many of the mysteries of life, or more effectually helps us to the wise shaping of our conduct, than that which gives us a clear insight into the origin and tendency of evil, to which we justly ascribe all our failures, sufferings, and miseries. To search evil through with intelligence is like searching darkness through with light. To sense and imagination, darkness looks like something positive and even substantial. But where light enters, the darkness disappears, and we see that it is nothing whatever but the absence of light. That darkness is in fact but nothingness. Nevertheless, as darkness seems to fill space, and so presents an image to the imagination, it is difficult for the intelligence to correct the error of the imagination, and the more difficult because in our childhood, when we live by imagination, darkness is an occasion of terror, which the age of reason and experience alone corrects. The minds of a great many persons outside the Christian faith are not unlike those of children in this respect, that they mistake shadows for substances, and materialize what has no material existence. Nor does culture always exempt them from this infirmity. In what concerns the character of evil, or the cause from which it springs, this kind of error has been conspicuous in all ages among men who have not communion with God, and such errors have been fostered not only through the predominance of imagination, but also through the genius of language. Good is that which exists, but evil is the negative of good, and consequently it is the privation of existence. But language is always affirmative in its form. It affirms that which is not, as well as that which is, and the habit of affirming negations gives to that which does not exist a semblance of existence. We not only speak but think in language, and this often deceives those minds that rest more on the forms of language than on their internal clearness of thought. We do not express a denial of existence by the simple term "not," which would be a pure denial of existence, but we say, it is not, which affirms the negative, as though that negative had some kind of existence. Clear thought alone corrects this infirmity of language. This form, however, is not so apt to mislead careless or defective thinkers so much as those positive terms which express things without substantial existence in substantives. For example, we use the term shadow, and imagine it to have an existence, although it is only the absence of light. We imagine hunger to have a real existence, although it is only the want of food. Thus we assign the inconvenience we suffer from the absence of light to some positive cause in the darkness, as we assign the pangs arising from want of food to some positive cause in our hunger, which is a mere negation. In like manner we confound the pains and sufferings brought on us by evil with the evil itself, although that evil is nothing but the privation of good, but of a good due to our nature of which we have deprived ourselves. This habit of affirming the existence of evil as though it were some positive thing, and the further habit of confusing the pains and sufferings that follow upon evil with the evil itself, are the causes that have so often led to the notion that evil is either some substantial thing, or some quality or power in the creation. This substantiating of evil, which is a mere product of the imagination, has given rise to many false philosophies as well as heresies, upholding the idea that evil has an external existence, and has either had a divine creator, or is something evolved from the creation. How men came to mistake evil for something substantial has been well explained by St. Athanasius in the following passage of his great oration against the Gentiles. "It has become needful," he says, "to clear up this idle opinion with the truth of ecclesiastical doctrine, which holds that evil is neither from God, nor in God, nor was it from the beginning, nor is there any nature of evil. But as men withdrew from the contemplation of good, they began to imagine and to devise to themselves, according to their will, such things as were not. Whilst the sun is shining and lighting the earth, a man may close his eyes and think he is surrounded with darkness, even when all is lightsome, but he walks in his imaginary darkness, and stumbles and encounters rocks and rough places, fancying he has no light but is surrounded by darkness, and imagining he is using his eyes, though he sees nothing. In like manner, when the human soul closes those eyes wherewith God may be seen, she fashions evils to herself, and whilst she moves among them, she imagines she is doing something, and is ignorant that she is doing nothing, for the things she imagines have no real existence. As she has not persevered in that condition in which she was created, she appears in that state into which she has degraded herself. For she was created to see God, and to be enlightened by Him, but instead of God she has gone in quest of uncertain things and of darkness. As the Scripture says, God made man right, and he hath entangled himself in an infinitude of questions. St. Athanasius here points to three causes that cooperate in bringing man to evil, and leading him to mistake it for good. First, in turning his mind from God, he exchanges light for obscurity, and mistakes that obscurity for light. Secondly, he projects his imagination into that obscurity, fancying things to be there that are not there. Thirdly, In its absence from truth and good, his will is predisposed to accept that for truth and good which is only imaginary. Thus error, which is nothing, is mistaken for truth, which is the light of things. Thus evil is mistaken for good, although it is nothing but defection from good. Error and evil are so closely allied that he who does an evil is said to commit an error, but the error is commonly as much the fault of the will as the evil which follows the error. Error is the corruption of truth, as evil is the corruption of good. In error we take imaginary for actual truth, as in evil we take imaginary for real good. But in both cases it is the will that is in fault, for in the first case it is the will that accepts and gives its assent to an image of the imagination or to an opinion, as though it were the truth in its clear evidence. And in the second case the will gives itself to imaginary good, as though it were the real good that perfects our nature. From this it follows that the created will is the author of evil. To a mind endowed with faith and humility, the origin of evil presents no difficulty. Faith opens the mind to divine principles, and humility puts that mind in the just point of view for apprehending their application. When the soul thinks in the light of God, and realizes to herself His supreme and absolute perfection, and then considers how evil is opposed to that perfection, the very possibility of God being the author or the cause of evil must vanish from the mind as an inconceivable absurdity. Even the natural reason of man, when freed from fancies and prejudgments, that is, when exercised in its own clearness, must bring us to the same conclusion. For you cannot think of God as the author of evil without first thinking of Him as less than God. When we come to consider what it is that inclines the will to accept imaginary for real good, and again what it is that inclines men to invent false and plausible theories of the origin of evil, we are brought to the very roots of our weak and selfish nature. The first cause is to be found in the weakness of the creature, made from nothing, and when not resting on God for support, inclined by nature to its native nothingness. The second is the self-love of the natural will, inclining the soul to inferior things over which she can hold sway, instead of to those superior things to which she must be subject, as being herself inferior to them. These two defects explain the origin of human evil. But when we come to explain the false theories on the origin of evil, we must add a third cause, and that is the pride that springs from self-love, and which generates in the soul a false and imaginary estimation of herself, which inclines her to ascribe to herself the good she does, or imagines she does, and to some other cause the evil that she suffers from. It is not difficult to find examples of this temper. Who has not known persons who are always in trouble, but never in the wrong? Such persons are proud, sensitive, suspicious, and irritable. They have a great sense of evil because they suffer much, but they never see the cause of evil in themselves. It is always in someone else. They do wrong-headed things, but never know or never admit that they are wrong-headed. As their best friends have been the most active in their interests, they generally imagine them to be the cause of their chief sufferings. But those who look on with calm eyes see clearly that the evil is in themselves, and that the root of it is pride. Pride blinds the mind to the errors and the evils which it works in its possessor. But there have been giants of pride, with great intellects that pride has greatly perverted, with strong imagination and an oppressive sense of the evils from which they suffer, yet blinded with the notion of their own excellence, and flattered in that notion by their admirers. In their ignorance of themselves, these giants of pride will naturally ascribe the origin of evil from which they suffer to another cause than themselves, and to a greater rather than to a lesser cause than themselves. Hence arose the theories that ascribe the cause of evil to a first principle of evil, or to some evil divinity who mingles his evil work with the good works of the God supremely good. Whether these theories first originated in Bactria, in Chaldea, in India, or in Persia, they pervaded the religious philosophies of all those countries, and were rife in Persia when Christianity began to spread in the world, as well as other doctrines equally wild and fantastic, such as that of the origin of darkness, and that of the delusive nature of the material creation. But the disciples of these doctrines attempted to combine them with the Christian faith, and from this mixture arose the most monstrous sects that the Church has had to contend with, from the early Gnostics with their endless diversities to the successive forms of the Manichaean heresy. As error is the corruption of truth, and as the long delivered traditions of mankind are especially open to corruption where not divinely protected, we may glance for a moment at those early traditions of truth that may have been warped and perverted into supporting the doctrine of an evil principle or deity. The creation of the angels and the fall of a part of them into evil might be easily perverted into an emanation of good and evil divinities from the profundity of one first principle. As the fall of Satan and his perversion of man brought evil into the world, this great tradition again might be easily perverted, under certain conditions of mind, into an evil principle, or a divine author of evil. When the imagination of man is once taken hold of by the pantheistic fancy, it is marvellous what it is capable of imagining, and then assuming to be in real existence. For example, the Gnostics imagined such abstract notions as elevation and profundity into real divinities, and the pagans gave a special divinity to every visible object, however vile. Such is the force which imagination may acquire when it is allowed to rule the light of intelligence. If from the outward we turn to the inward causes of these fearful errors, we need go no further than those gloomy imaginations stimulated by intellectual pride in men oppressed by a burdensome sense of evil, who look everywhere except within themselves for the evil cause of their sufferings, and who could not be more flattered than by ascribing their evils to an evil creator, or to some principle of evil beyond their power. Some kind of fatalism, beyond the power of the sufferer to remedy, has always had an attraction for gloomy minds that love to brood over their miseries. Nor do such minds want a prompter in the enemy of man. Not to speak of the power of evil spirits over self-absorbed and brooding melancholy, the tempter of mankind has a singular interest in doctrines like these. It was in aiming at self-deification that Satan and his angels fell from good to evil, and their work is to prompt to pride, and to the errors that foster pride in human souls. Especially are they interested in errors that seem to justify evil. When Satan comes upon a soul filled with pride like himself, oppressed with the evils that come of pride, blinded through its influence from all true insight into herself, and looking everywhere for the cause of her miseries except within herself, Satan has only to present himself to the imagination in some secret way as the author of evil, to obtain that deification which he failed to win by his apostasy from God. Since he first compassed the fall of man, he has obtained two great victories over large portions of the human race. The one has been to get himself deified as the author of evil. The other has been to get his very existence denied as the tempter of man to evil. In various shapes and under various designations, the doctrine of the origin of evil from an evil principle vexed the Church of God in sect after sect, from her earliest period until the 14th century. Perhaps even now the doctrine is secretly maintained in some form or other among sects and societies opposed to the Church. It would seem as if Satan was ever ambitious of having a Church of his own by the side of God's Church, where he may receive homage as the principle of evil, in rivalry with the worship of God. Yet the older philosophies and heresies kept themselves clear of ascribing the authorship of evil to the one God supremely good. It was left to the early Reformers to originate the blasphemous doctrine that the one true God is the author of evil. It followed their denial of human free will as a matter of course. Their contention that the evil of sin, as Luther maintained, was of the very nature of fallen man, or that, as was generally maintained by the early Reformers, it was something inherent in fallen human nature, which is not removed, but covered by the justification of Christ, betrays the grossest ignorance of the negative character of evil. These errors most seriously affect their whole teaching as it respects the relations of man with God. The doctrine of the Church, as opposed to these fundamental errors, is expressed in the Creed of Eugenius IV for the Jacobites in the following terms: The Holy Roman Catholic Church, founded by the voice of our Lord and Saviour, most firmly believes, professes, and teaches that the one true God, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, is the Creator of all things visible and invisible, who by His goodness made all things when He willed, both spiritual and corporal. They are indeed good, because they are made by the Supreme Good, but they are changeable, because they are made from nothing. And she asserts that there is no nature of evil, because every nature, in so far as it is nature, is good. Whatever is not God must be limited in its nature. There can only be one infinite, eternal, full and complete being, one supreme good that is perfect in every kind of goodness. To suppose the contrary is to put limits to that supreme good, and to leave nothing unlimited, not even God Himself. There cannot be another infinite communication of good beyond that of the three persons in the one life and substance of God. Beyond that divine and internal communication of good, the sphere of limited good alone remains possible. The plan of creation is eternal in the mind of God, and in that plan is the inevitable law of limitation, and of succession in time, which is one of the modes of limitation. It is not, therefore, the substance, but the divine plan of the created universe, which is eternal. The will of the Almighty is the first principle of power, and the cause of all created power. Even the power of the human will is of God, although man has the free use of that power. God created all things good, each according to its kind, degree, and measure. He pronounced each order of creation to be good, and after the whole creation was completed, He proclaimed it to be very good, thereby affirming that there was nothing evil in His works. Each particular creature is good as far as it exists, and in the measure in which it exists, it is good of its kind. Each creature, then, has more or less of good as it is nearer to or farther from God in resemblance, or shadow of resemblance to God, who gives substance and form to all good. An intelligent spirit with a will that is the free cause of her own acts, and that is pure and beautiful, is a very great good, because she is not only in the likeness of God, but she receives a divine good from Him. A grain of earth, which has but a rudimental existence of which it is unconscious, has no resemblance beyond that rudimental existence. Yet even that grain of earth is good, and is endowed with capacity for greater good. It may become part of the organization of a plant, and may ultimately become a portion of some human body, animated and ruled by a living soul. Every creature is good in two ways: in what it is already, and in its capacity of becoming better by the addition of greater good. We shall never understand how much evil is opposed to good unless we take into account not only the actual good that evil destroys, but also the greater good which evil prevents the creature from receiving. The making of each creature is but the beginning of its good, then it increases by the addition of more good, and God has provided one good for another with inexhaustible profusion. The law of constant augmenting and ascending good is the law of God's providence. Even the decay of the mortal part of man enters into this law of augmenting good, because it removes obstacles to the enriching of the immortal part. This law of augmenting good reaches its highest fulfilment whenever a creature is united to the greatest good of which it is capable. End of Lecture 7, Part 1. Lecture 7, Part 2 of The Endowments of Man, by William Bernard Ullathorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 7, On Evil and the Origin of Evil, Part 2. There is a fundamental principle in the order of God's creation that gives the key to the divine plan of His providence. Everything is made for some object and end exterior to itself, in which it finds its greatest good. The higher the order of the creature, the greater the end for which it is made. And the nobleness of the creature is derived from the nobleness of the end for which it is made. In estimating good and evil, this principle must be ever kept in view. Know the object for which any creature is made, and you will know the good of which that creature is capable, and you will also know the extent of loss and ruin which evil may bring upon it. As intelligent creatures are made for God, and He is their final good, the evil which turns them from God deprives them of an infinite good. Material things are also made for God, who hath made all things for Himself, but they either form a part of man, and so serve God in man, or they serve the uses and pleasures of man, and have their end in him. The earth of which man's body is formed reached not its end or greater good until it was transformed into the body of man. The body of man reached not its end until it was filled and animated by a spiritual soul. The soul reached not even the beginning of her end until God gave her the supernatural light and grace which begins her communion with God. The soul brought into divine relations with God does not reach the consummation of her good until, advancing by degrees on the way of truth and justice, she reaches the open vision of God, and finds the fullness of good in her beatific union with Him. The material creatures are placed as veils between God and the soul during her time of trial on this earth. Taken in this light, they are the instruments of trial, and their limits have to be transcended before the mind and heart can rest upon divine things. Passively obedient to the will of God, these visible things are also subject to the will of man. They are not only veils that curtain round the spirit of man, obscuring her vision of the spiritual things that are all about him, but they are also trials in this respect, that he has to exercise himself in the denial of them as well as in the acceptance of them, and that he obtains the greater good in proportion as he refrains his spirit from the quest of them. For the soul cannot ascend above the earth if she cleaves to the earth more than the winged bird, and beyond his material needs, these material things are appointed for man to overcome by strength of will and victory of soul in his ascent to higher things. Since the body of man has become mortal through his fall, the soul has grown feebler with the weakness of the body, and the elements of the material world have been made harder and sharper to him as instruments of trial, and that most mercifully, since he is so much weaker in yielding to their seductions. God took away a portion of His blessing from the earth, leaving it prolific in thorns and briars, which is the figure of many like things. Hence, in our short-sighted sensitiveness, we often ascribe evils to material things that are not evils, although we make them of evil effect by using them in an evil way. They are appointed for occasions of good, for trials of good, and for helps to good of the everlasting order. They provoke us to the noble virtues of modesty, temperance, patience, fortitude, and magnanimity. They are tests to try faith, opportunities for generous endurance and sacrifice, prompters to humility, occasions given to charity to expand her fostering love. The life is more than the body, and the eternal is more than the earthly life, and every material danger that threatens the body's health or life is a sharp admonition for us to look to our spiritual life. Pain and suffering are not only salutary admonitions of the presence of danger, but they are sanatory of the soul, and as intermediate good is chiefly valuable as it helps us to our final good, much that the world calls evil is convertible into intermediate good. That cannot be accounted an evil which warns us, where warning is most precious, nor that which undeceives us, where deception is the great evil, nor that which makes earth repulsive and heaven attractive, nor that which does us the good office of humbling us, nor that which puts us in the way of better things, whatever may be the pains, losses, or sorrows that are instrumental in doing us so much good. The good things of this life are so far good as they help us towards eternal good, which they more frequently do by the willing privation than by the abundant possession of them. Enlightened by these principles, we are better prepared to understand what that is which deserves the name of evil. Evil comes of the weakness of the creature. This weakness comes of its limitations and liability to change, whilst the liability to change is a consequence of this weakness. Man, his properties and powers, are in their nature limited and changeable. A creature made from nothing has the tendency from its origin of inclining to nothingness. The continuance of God's creative might, upholding all things by the word of His power, alone prevents the creature from returning to that nothing from which it came. But within the soul is the free will, the most movable, changeable, and independent of all created activities, prone to take its own way, drawing the other human powers after it, and but too often taking the downward course below that which is good for human nature. For man, like every other creature, is placed between God and the nothingness from which he came. Far beneath God on the one side, he borders on nothingness on the other, so that if God has not united him as yet to His own divine stability, he is still on the verge, at his weak side, of that nothingness, and liable to fall by his own acts, although upheld as to his existence by the creative hand of God. Another cause of change in the human soul is her union and intimate relations with a body subject to so many kinds of sensuality, and open to so many provocations, both external and internal, that attract the will from the superior good of the soul to the inferior things of the body. Another thing that tries the weakness of the soul and exposes her to failure is the very greatness of her capacity as compared with what she already is in substance or possession. Her chief good is still in great measure external to her, and not within her. Having the appetite for good, and a great capacity for good that is not yet filled, and being always in search of substantial good, when the soul lets her intelligence be blinded by her senses and imagination, she often mistakes the baser things, then press on upon her for those substantial things for which she was made, and which alone can satisfy her spirit and complete her life. Then the will, in its weakness, descends to things unworthy of its dignity, commits evil, and suffers the pains of evil. The divine truth reveals to us the good of which we are in search, but is not the substance of that good. The light of the law by which that good is reached is also in the soul, but she is not herself that law. Unless, then, the soul has the foretaste of that supreme good in the gift of divine charity, she easily changes her will and inclines herself from spiritual to sensual things, which have an ally within the weak man in the concupiscence that burns in his earthly frame. The power of divine grace is the true strength of the will, and the counteracting force against the alluring flame of concupiscence. But if the man refuses that grace, or his will refuses to enter into it, and to work with its power, whereby he might conquer all things, if he will neither be faithful nor humble with the divine help, he is himself conquered by his own weakness, and inclines his infirm will to his own perversion. This slackness of will, failing from its proper good and inclining itself to base and unworthy things, is a descending towards nothingness. Here we touch upon the one and only cause of evil. We use the word evil in three senses, each of which is distinct and separate from the other, and it is all important that we keep them distinct and separate in our mind. We speak of natural evil, of moral evil or sin, and of penal evil or punishment. Natural evil is nothing but the absence or privation in the individual of some good that belongs to the species. Moral evil or sin is the privation or defect of rectitude in the will of an intelligent creature. The evil of punishment is the privation of good because of moral evil or sin. The first kind of evil is nothing but a defect of nature. Sin is a defect or falling off from the will of God. Punishment is a loss of good that is due to the evil will. Of all these evils, in so far as they are evils, the human will is the first cause. There is no substance of evil, no nature of evil, no positive cause of evil. Evil is always a failure, and the cause of evil is always a failure. Whatever is good, but good only in its own kind, its own measure, and its own order. For anything, and especially the human will, to be in its right order, it must be in just and due relations with its greater good. Without this due order it is in disorder, and disorder is evil. Let us give some exemplification of this failure from due order. It has been said that dirt, as the festering cause of disease, is only matter in its wrong place. Leave it about a human dwelling, and it will destroy life. Spread it over the land to fertilize the plants and fruits, and it will support life. Good in itself, that dirt is an evil in its wrong place, and a good in its right place. The will of man is good in itself, and good when it adheres to justice, which is the law of right and order. But when the will fails from justice, and sinks down to things that are unjust and disorderly, then the will becomes evil in its failure, and the cause of evil. It loses its purity, and becomes defiled with sin. Evil is nothing, in fact, but the corruption of good. It is a defect, a weakness, a falling off from good, a tending towards nothingness. As evil is always the corrupting of some good that God has made, it is a wasting, a vitiating, a depraving, an undoing of good in some degree, whether less or more. What constitutes the malignity of evil is the wilful corrupting of God's work. To quote St. Augustine's well-known definition, evil is nothing but the corruption of a species, mode, or natural order. An evil nature is therefore a corrupted nature, for a nature that is not corrupted is good. But even a corrupted nature is so far good as it still remains, but it is evil as far as it is corrupted. Since evil is the corruption of a good nature, it follows that that nature was good before it was corrupted, and consequently that evil does not come from an evil principle, but out of a nature that was created good. If sin were of nature, that nature would be evil. But all evil works come of an evil will, as bad fruits come of a bad tree that once was good. The evil will of the evil angel was created good, and the evil will of the evil man was created good. Both these evil wills become evil through their own wilful failure from the just order and right intentions. As evil originates from the defection of good wills, it follows that all other evils are caused by the corruption of created wills. It remains to consider whether evil exists in something good or in something evil. But a little reflection will show that evil cannot exist in itself, and that it must have some good nature in which to exist. For as evil is nothing but privation of good, and has no substance of its own, it must be found in some substance that is good, however that substance may be injured by the presence of evil. Sickness is but the privation of health, but it corrupts the body. A wound is but the privation of soundness, but it corrupts the limb. Yet what remains of the body is good, and sickness can only exist in a sick body, as a wound can only exist in a wounded body. Neither sickness or wounds can exist in themselves, but only in a body. So it is with souls. The vices, which are the wounds and sickness of the soul, are the privation of virtues, and cannot exist of themselves without some good of nature remaining in which they exist. Evil always exists, then, in some nature that is good. If evil could destroy that nature, as St. Augustine justly observes, the nature and the evil must perish together. Evil is therefore always mixed with good. Being nothing of itself, but a failure and defect in soul or body, it corrupts, but does not destroy our nature. St. Augustine justly reproached the Manichaeans that, despite of all efforts to imagine to themselves an evil being or principle, they were compelled to depict a being endowed with good qualities. To their evil principle or god they ascribed life, mind, memory, power, foresight, order, government, and all manner of things in their nature good. With the same keen perception he remarks in another place that we never find fault with anything except for the corruption that is in it. We find fault with what vitiates nature, because it is contrary to the nature that it vitiates. But in finding fault with what vitiates nature, we praise the nature which suffers from that vitiation. The distinction between the evil existing in a creature by nature good, and the good still remaining in that nature, is admirably drawn out in the book on the Divine Names, so long ascribed to St. Dionysius the Areopagite, as exemplified in the fallen angels. Even the devils, he observes, are not evil by nature. If that were the case, they could never have had their existence from the sovereign good. Nor could they exist in the nature of things, nor if always and by nature evil could they have changed from good to bad. They are not utterly and in all respects evil. Their essential nature has not perished, but they have fallen from the good order of their nature in which they ought to have remained. They have weakened the harmony and good agreement of their powers into imbecility. They are evil by what they are not, and not by what they are, and because, as the Scripture says, they have not kept their principality. In what are the devils depraved, except in having ceased to wish and to do good things in their divinely appointed order? They were not then always evil, nor are they by nature evil, but they have become evil by falling from the good that is proper to angels. Nor are they altogether devoid of good, since they have being, life, intelligence, and certain movements of desire. But they are depraved because they are weak as to the doing of what properly belongs to their nature. What is further weak in some fallen spirits, though not in all of them, is a certain irrational fury, a senseless concupiscence, and a headlong fantasy. These things are not evil in their nature, but in their excess, yet they are evil in them. When they exist in certain animals in their due moderation, to destroy them would be to destroy the nature of those animals. The lion without his fierce impetuosity would cease to be a lion. The dog that fawned on everybody would lose the good properties of a dog, for his natural habit is to guard the house, to admit the members of the family, and to bark away the intruder. We compare the fallen angels with certain animals in a figurative way, as where the Scripture says that the devil, like a roaring lion, goeth about, seeking whom he may devour. But whatever likens them to bestial qualities is an utter depravation of the angelic nature. In those who have fallen into such utter disorder, the calmness of contemplation has sunk into the weak fury of the passions. The love of the Supreme Good has changed into fiery concupiscence, and the hope and prospect of eternal rest in God has become darkened and closed up by the fantastic spectres of evil projected from their malice, mixed with evils that never end, and terrors that never cease. But whilst the good of their nature is not utterly destroyed, they have fallen from all that good which God gave to their nature. Yet we do not affirm that the endowments of the angelic nature are altogether changed. They are in them, but they cannot see them, because the pride that falsifies them with a fictitious view of themselves obstructs their sight, and blinds them from seeing the good that still remains in their nature. As far as they exist and desire any good, such as existence, life, or intelligence, they are good. But as far as they have deserted the good belonging to their nature, or the good that perfects their nature, they are evil. But they are evil in what they are not, and in desiring evil they desire that which is nothing. Unjust souls, in like manner, are not evil by nature. They are good in what they are, and in what they have. They are evil by their failure from justice, and by the corruption consequent on that failure. They are depraved by falling from good affections and from good actions, by deserting the supreme good for which they were made, and by abandoning the good order which should regulate, beautify, and perfect their nature, and lead them onwards to their supreme good. As we have often used the word corruption to express both what is evil and what comes of evil, we might as well say that we use the word in the sense of disharmonizing, disordering, undoing, or destroying. The word has always a negative sense implying the privation of some good. But the corruption of a nobler nature, such as the human soul, does not make that nature inferior to one less noble, because some elements of that nobler nature always remain, which are superior to that less noble nature. The soul will always be nobler than the body, even though there be corruption in the soul that has not reached the body. The soul that gives life to the body must always be of a better nature than the body to which it gives life, even though evil should have befallen the soul and not the body. Sin begins in the will, and so in the soul, before the acts of sin reach the body and appear in the external man. Moreover, the responsibility of sin remains always with the soul, and yet the soul must always remain the nobler part of man, because of her nobler nature. As the evil within us is always a corruption of one's own nature, or of the measure of that nature, or of the due order of that nature, and as this corruption has its first beginning in the laxity or the evil choice of our will, it is evident, as St. Augustine says, that if all men kept themselves up to the due measure and order of their nature, there would be no evil. But, he adds, if men will use the good they have in an evil way, even when they cannot conquer the will of God. For God knows how to dispose of the unjust according to justice. If through their unjust will they make an evil use of His good, in the might of His justice God will ordain what those evils deserve. He will ordain them to justice who have ordained themselves to sin. End of Lecture 7, Part 2. Lecture 7, Part 3 of The Endowments of Man, by William Bernard Ullathorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 7, On Evil and the Origin of Evil, Part 3. Leaving the fuller consideration of moral evil and the evil of punishment to the two following lectures, we will devote what remains of this to the consideration of natural evil. Natural evil is nothing more than the limitation of that good which belongs to the species in some member of that species. Of every species of creature there is a perfect form, type, or standard of excellence. This type or standard is the perfect species. It is the divine model or ideal upon which the species was created. And when this species is fully realized in any particular example, it is the most complete form of good in that kind. The highest effort of human art is the attempt to reproduce in marble or on canvas the perfect form of the species. The perfect example of the species embraces every good in the most complete order and harmony that belongs to that sort of creature. It is the standard of good in that kind, but this standard is rarely met with in the actual creation, and is more commonly an ideal of the mind, with which we measure the shortcomings that we find in individual examples. Let us take some familiar example to help our explanation. The horse is a beautiful animal, especially in its finest models. It is not only beautiful in itself, but beautiful in its destination to the use and pleasure of man. The good which it has must be chiefly estimated by this destination. At a horse show the judges have an ideal in their minds of what is the best horse of its kind in point of size, bone, shape, symmetry, health, strength, spirit, swiftness, beauty, and docility. We may take their ideal as the standard of the species in that kind. The horse which approaches nearest to the standard has the greatest amount of good, and is pronounced the best. The horse that fails most from the standard has the least amount of good in him, and is therefore the worst. Yet, notwithstanding these defects and failings from the perfection of the species, what is in that horse is good as far as it exists. Even where there are very marked defects, such as blindness, lameness, deformity, or vicious temper, these are but evils in the sense of being defects of sight, soundness, form, or temper. But whatever remains of these qualities is good, and what fails is defect of goodness. There are two great causes for the limitations that are found in every species of creature as compared with their perfect forms or standards of excellence. The first is to be found in that great law of wisdom by which God diversifies His works. The number of individuals in a species is countless, but if all were exact copies of the perfect form and type of the species, there would be nothing to individualize them, nothing to distinguish them from each other. Each would be an exact presentment in all respects of the other, so that we should never know which was which. In place of the rich diversity of creation which gives a difference to every individual, there would be a ridiculous monotony and sameness in all the members of the species, destructive of the very notion of individuality. But the Divine Artist does not repeat Himself. He varies His work without end, supplying in variety what is wanting in infinitude. He not only diversifies the orders, kinds, and species of His creation, but the individuals within the species, soul differing from soul, body from body, and face from face, in countless changes upon the same specific form. But this endless diversity of individual creations can only arise from the greater or less degree of good that is given to each, as compared with the perfect type or standard of the species. Thus, where any quality is possessed by one in a less degree than by another, where one has less intelligence, less vigour, or less beauty, we have the beginning of what is called natural evil, which in fact is but a certain limitation of good. But the great cause of natural evil is the fall of man, and the vast amount of natural evil that appears in the world has been either the direct or the indirect consequence of that fall, the memory of which is so deeply imprinted on the mind of the whole human race, if we except the godless philosophers who have effaced it from their minds by hard and unfruitful labour. This vast amount of natural evil, that is to say, of defective good in the world, bears upon it the character both of punishment and mercy. As everything in this world was made for man, and as man himself is the object and end of all that is in the world, we must expect, in the order of that divine providence which guides all things to their use and destiny, that when man underwent so great a change for the worse, all things destined for his use or pleasure would undergo a change adapted to his altered position. Not to expect such a change would argue a very poor notion of that eternal providence of God, which in its free and constant action in the world adapts all things, both little and great, to those final ends for which they were created. The fall was the great crisis of the world as well as of the human race, a crisis incomparably greater than that which brought about the deluge. The earth was changed that man might have to toil in the sweat of his brow, and that the toil might be the medicine of his life as well as of his mortal body. Man lost his immortal life, and all creatures suffered a weakening of their good. Even since the fall there has been so much wilful deviation in human nature from order and rectitude, and for so long a time, that in 1,000 ways men have been unfaithful to themselves through their unfaithfulness to God. They have weakened their natures by the conduct of their wills, by the abuse of their minds, by the corrupting of their senses, and by the immoderate excess of their impulses and appetites. From all this there has come a prodigious amount of disorder, that is, of the defect of that good which properly belongs to human nature. By continuance and contact this disorder increases with endless complication and entanglement. What a number of disorders affecting health and life spring from that crowded and harassing civilization, that artificial and complicated life, in which the few are exalted and the multitude degraded. What a variety of deformities and corporal defects take their rise from the conditions of certain kinds of labour. Yet this state of things is the work of human wills. Then the poverties and defects of human bodies descend to their offspring, and we have only to watch the transmission of corporal defects and disorders from parents to children, from generation to generation, often originally contracted from moral causes, to find confirmation of the transmission of original sin from Adam to his race. And though parents but transmit their corporal limitations, defects, and dispositions in one way or another, yet as the body is the prison of the soul, and the instrument she must use in her thoughts, feelings, and actions, the soul herself suffers contraction and limitation in the exercise of her powers, through her intimate connection with the body, and because the soul acts not in this life without the tie of corporal influences. The corporal weaknesses and disorders which their own folly and excess have contracted is one of the most fearful responsibilities of parents. So obvious are these and many similar things to reflecting minds, that it is easy to understand how the great amount of natural evil has had its origin in human wills unfaithful to the good of their nature. The good we have in this world is a relative good. Our absolute good is our final end. When therefore we come to estimate the final value of the good we have from this world, we must take another standard than its actual amount. For our present good can only be considered valuable as a means to bring us to our final and everlasting good. But what kind and what amount of natural good in this world will best help us to obtain our final good can only be perfectly known to God, who sees all things in all their bearings on each other, from the beginning to the end of time. It was the very greatness of his natural gifts that prompted Lucifer, one of the noblest of created spirits, to take pride in himself and to aspire beyond himself, whereby he lost his final good and fell into ruin. So has it fared with many of God's intelligent creatures, who have received strong or beautiful bodies, and with many who have received the noblest qualities of soul. Had they been less gifted with natural good, they might have been less sensual, less proud, less vain, less presuming. More humble, with humbler gifts, they might have been happier in this world, and have reached eternal happiness. Great gifts require a great grace to guide them, but a great grace can only consist with a great humility, and great powers of nature and possessions of natural good are not held and used with humility unless there be something like heroic virtue. The possession of great natural good is too apt to draw the affections upon their possessor, and the constant comparison with less gifted persons that is forced upon the more gifted swells that self-estimation which degenerates into self-love, so that the love which is due to God and to eternal things is given to self and to self-surroundings. But this is that spiritual injustice that leads to spiritual ruin. How many persons, on the other hand, have had reason to be eternally grateful that their natural good was limited, and that this kept them humble and disposed them for the reception and good use of their supernatural gifts. Abiding in their simplicity, they have been more drawn to God and less to themselves, thanks to those very limitations which the divine providence ordained for them, and so they have ascended to the possession of the everlasting good. A deformed and sickly body may be taken as an example of natural evil, yet, as if in compensation, it often leads itself to an acute and sensible mind. Novalis maintained with some truth that the mind seldom gets its full power in a strong and vigorous body. Human life is full of these compensations. A deformed and sickly body is nevertheless a serious limitation of natural good, but such limitations often become the occasion of a detachment from the good of this life, and brings the soul to seek superior good of the highest order. Each one has a given amount of spiritual power, which is commonly expended out of all just proportion upon the body, to the detriment of the soul. But when the body is less attractive and less flattering in promise, when it becomes an affliction rather than a solace, the man who is loyal to his superior part will more easily detach his soul from his body and fix his affections on the better things. Loosening his spirit from his frail mortality, which gives him less food for vanity, he can more readily attach himself to eternity, and make his natural poverty the means of enriching himself with spiritual good. He may thus exchange his natural deformity for a spiritual beauty, and his sickness for a health and fullness of life that shall last for ever, and be the more enjoyed for the suffering from which he has emerged. It does not follow, however, that a greater natural good is not better in itself, and better even relatively, if rightly used and wisely directed to the final good. But all good in this world is relative to our final good, and God alone knows who will be saved with a greater amount of natural good, and who will only be saved with a less amount of that relative good. With respect to the goods of fortune, nothing can be more certain than that many are better and happier without them than they would be with them, and that many are saved without them who would not be saved with them. Attachment to them, or the restless desire of them, is a great weakening of the soul. Detachment from them is the test and proof of spiritual strength. He but little knows those goods, but little knows the dignity of his own soul, and has no great strength of faith, who does not understand that the gifts of fortune are more given to be denied and sacrificed for the growth of the soul in generosity, than given to be appropriated to personal use and self-aggrandizement. For we are called to be the co-operators of God's providence, and the imitators of His divine bounty, in distributing that good which He accumulates in the hands of some for the benefit of many. Yet they become the perilous occasion of dangerous temptations, not only to pride and selfishness, which are the roots of all evil, but to every vice to which they lend the means. There is but one principle of conduct that can make them safe, and that is to act as the stewards of God in using them as though we used them not. Privation, therefore, of earthly goods is so far from being an evil with respect to man's final good, that by the divine dispensation it is often the certain means of securing that final good. But with regard to the limitation of natural good, although some receive less and some more, those who have received less have received no evil or wrong. They have received nothing but what is good, and have no right by any title to more than they have received. Putting aside every envy and complaint as injurious to ourselves as well as to justice, each one of us may say with the prophet Isaias, "And now, O Lord, Thou art our Father, and we are clay. Thou art our Maker, and we are the work of Thy hands." Or with St. Paul we may ask ourselves the question, "O man, who art thou that repliest against God? Shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, Why hast thou made me thus? Or hath not the potter power over the clay, of the same lump to make one vessel unto honour, and another unto dishonour?" We have seen far into the providence of God when we come to understand how many who abound in natural good make it the cause of losing their supreme good, and how many who are poor in natural good make it the cause of seeking their eternal good. Yet when great natures devote themselves to cultivate their gifts and powers in the direction of the supreme good, it is wonderful how much they accomplish, both for the honour of God and the good of mankind. Still, the great number who are highly gifted waste themselves in vain, either in mental pursuits that begin and end in this world, or in an ambition that looks not to God as its end, or in pleasures that expend the body and degrade the soul. Secure in the divine profundity of his sense, St. Paul has ventured upon a bold audacity of speech. He calls that divine conduct which exalts the weak and poor of this world to the eternal good, the weakness and the foolishness of God. The Apostle would give a shock to our fastidious pride, and would open our eyes with his irony to see the utter disproportion of natural good to that universal good to which men are called, and to which humility and poverty help us to aspire. To the weak pride of foolish mortals, this disproportion between man's natural good and God's divine good is unintelligible. They secretly imagine that what is great in their eyes is great in the eyes of God, although God judges the value of men not by their natural gifts, but by their inward motives. For, says the Apostle, "The foolishness of God is wiser than men, and the weakness of God is stronger than men. For see the vocation, brethren, in which you are called, that there are not many wise according to the flesh, not many mighty, not many noble. But the foolish things of the world hath God chosen, that He may confound the wise. And the weak things of the world, and the things that are contemptible, and the things that are not, that He might bring to naught the things that are, that no flesh should glory in His sight." Briefly, the Almighty shows by His choice of souls that the wisdom, power, and wealth of this world are as nothing in His sight, that He lifts up the humble and puts down the proud, that He keeps those to their divine destiny who are subject to Him and resist not His will, whilst the self-sufficient, who will not enter into His ways, must needs be left to their downward course among the shallows of created things that verge on nothingness. We cannot better conclude this lecture than with one of those large views of the ways of God to man which the saints have seen in their ecstatic contemplations. Hearken then to what St. Catherine of Siena learnt of the providence of God in contracting the limits of our natural good. God speaks to her soul in light, and, like the prophets, St. Catherine puts that light into human terms. To adapt the instruction to this lecture, I shall translate her words from the first person to the third. Behold, in His providence, God has fitted the second world to the changed condition of man. No sooner has he fallen from his first condition than the world produced the thorns of many tribulations, and in everything he found rebellion. This did not come to pass without a providential intention for our good. With a great providence directed to our service, God changed the world from a place of pleasure, that its ever-returning troubles might take off man's trust from the world, might repel his heart and affections from it, and cause him to rise to better things, and to hasten to the God who is the true end of his desires. So ignorant is man, and so prone to cast his affections down into the world, that, notwithstanding all the thorns and toils that meet him there, he seems unwilling to rise above the world and to care for his true country. What, then, would have been his case had he found a world of perfect delight and rest, free from pain and sorrow? But God has ordained it in His providence that this world should be a scene of many tribulations, both to exercise the virtues of men, and to secure them the reward of whatever pains they endure, and of whatever violence they do themselves. The wealth of God is infinite. He made all things, and nothing exists without Him. If we desire beauty, He is beauty. If we desire good, He is goodness, and the good supreme. He is wisdom. He is the benignant, the just, the merciful God. He is large in bounty, and never avaricious. He gives to them who ask, opens His truth to them who seek, and answers them who call upon Him. He is not ungrateful, but quick to reward them who labour for the praise and glory of His name. He is full of delight, and He holds those in His delight who are clothed with His will. He is Himself that good providence which never fails His servants that rely on Him for their wants of soul and body. When one sees how God fosters the poor worm in the dry wood, how He feeds the birds of the air, the beasts of the field, and the fishes in the sea, how He makes His sun to shine on the plants, and gives the dew to fatten the earth, can we doubt that He will cherish the creature that He made to His own image and likeness? Let that creature know that God, in His goodness, made all those things for His service. Turn himself, where he will, to spiritual or to temporal things, and man will find nothing that comes not from the burning charity of God in a great, sweet, and perfect providence. But because his light is dimmed, he neither sees nor cares to see. He is scandalized, shuts up his charity against his neighbour, and avariciously thinks of tomorrow. Yet the very truth forbade us to do this, and said, "Take not thought for tomorrow; sufficient for the day is the evil thereof." He taught us to seek the kingdom of God and His justice, which is a good and holy life. But as to these least of things, our Heavenly Father knoweth that we have need of them, and He made them for us, and commanded the earth to bring us its fruits. But the miserable man who narrows his heart into mistrust of God, and withholds his charity from his neighbour, has never truly read this doctrine of the eternal truth, because he does not follow it. He grows intolerable to himself, for all evil comes upon us from trusting to oneself and not in God. Men like these presume to judge what God alone can judge. They do not know the will of God, because they judge nothing to be good except the propensities, delights, and gratifications of this world. Their hope and their affections are set upon them, and when they fail, these men think that they have none of the good providence of God over them, but are stripped of all that is good. Blinded with their passion for natural and external good, they know nothing of the wealth of the soul, nor of the profit of patience. Their temporal loss is death to them, so that even in this life they have a foretaste of hell. Yet God provides for the sinners as for the just, and makes His sun to shine and His rain to fall upon their field, sometimes even more than on the possession of the just man. In His goodness God does this, that He may be more bountiful in spiritual wealth to the soul of the just man, and especially to him who despoils himself of temporal things, who surrenders the world and its pleasures, and gives up his will to God. Such as these forget the care of themselves, and become rich and great in the heights of divine charity. God Himself then becomes their provider and governor, both spiritually and temporally, and beyond His general providence He puts forth a special providence on their behalf, and the Holy Spirit serves them with a loving condescension. Look, for example, at that holy solitary of whom we read in the lives of the saints, who had left all things for the sake of God. In his helpless infirmity, God sent an angel to provide for his needs, who both relieved his corporal wants and refreshed his soul with the sweet delight of heavenly conversation. Like a mother feeding her child from her breast, did the Holy Spirit nourish him with the good of divine charity. He was delivered from the bondage of self-love, and set free as though he were made a lord. The Holy Spirit became his providence, clothing, feeding, and inebriating him with spiritual delight. After giving up all things, he found all things. After despoiling himself of perishable goods, he was invested with eternal goods. He became the servant of all humility, and that made him the master of the world and of his sensual nature. With his mind turned from the world, he entered into the perfect light, and after despairing of good in himself, he was crowned with living faith, and tasted of that eternal life in perfect hope that knows no pain or bitterness. As he judged all things by the will of God, he judged them well, and he knew in the light of faith that God willed nothing whatever for him but sanctification, which gave him all the strength of patience. Oh, how blessed is that soul that in a mortal body partakes immortal good! A soul like this holds everything in reverence, on the left side as well as on the right, whether it bring tribulation or consolation, whether it bring hunger and cold, or food and comfort, whether it bring honour or dishonour, whether it bring affliction or refreshment of soul. As a soul like this is founded on the living rock, she stands firm and solid in all that occurs, knowing by faith and assured by hope that God provides whatever we stand in need of, with an equal regard to our salvation. Where there is a great strain or toil or suffering, He gives proportionate strength to endure. He lays no heavier weight upon us than our will is able to carry with love for His sake. He has made it known in His own blood that He wills not the death of the sinner, but that he may be converted and live. But whilst the whole providence of God is directed to the service of the souls and bodies of His rational creatures, His providence over the body aims at the good of the soul, that she may grow in the light of faith, and may rise higher in the hope of God, and may give up her trust in herself, and may know and see that God is all things to us, who both can and will help us in whatever is helpful to our salvation. End of Lecture 7, Part 3. Lecture 8, Part 1 of The Endowments of Man, by William Bernard Ullathorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 8, On Justice and Moral Evil, Part 1. If thou do well, shalt thou not receive? But if ill, shall not sin be forthwith at the door? Genesis chapter 4, verse 7. The fatherly remonstrance addressed by the Almighty to the firstborn child of Adam, whilst he was yet brooding in his wounded pride, and in the angry swelling of his soul against his unoffending brother, shows that to sin or not to sin is in the power of the human will. How can God be the cause of that evil which He forbids, rebukes, and punishes? In the kingdom of man the will is the sovereign power. God created that power, but He created it to act freely from itself, and to be a principle of causation. In creating the will of each rational creature, He gave to that will the free prerogative of originating its own acts, and left it free in the choice of actions, free to act or not to act, free to act in one direction or its opposite, without any compulsion or coercion from any external cause. Having once given to His created image the noble gift of freedom, He neither recalls nor violates nor destroys that freedom, but He presents His truth to enlighten the will, and His law to guide it to the way of justice, and His grace to strengthen its power, and to enable it to ascend to the divine good for which it was created. Evil is opposed to good, as non-existence is opposed to existence. To understand moral evil, therefore, we must first understand moral good. Real good is substantial good. Moral good is the rule of conduct that leads us to substantial good. It is that conduct of the soul which disposes and prepares us for the reception of our real good. If thou do well, shalt thou not receive? But moral evil disorders the soul, and unfits her for her real good. But if ill, shall not sin be forthwith at the door? Man is a moral being because he is intelligent and free, and because he is made for a good that is greater than himself. He is a moral being because he is made for the supreme good, and has a multiplicity of faculties and powers that have to be harmonized and regulated with respect to that good. He is a moral being because he is subject to the order, law, and rule of that good, made known to him in the light of truth. The principle of that moral order is the universal justice that gives to God what is due to God, to our own nature what is due to our nature, and to every creature what is due to that creature. As St. John Chrysostom often remarks, this universal justice embraces all the virtues. The just man, so often spoken of in the Scriptures, is the man who keeps all the commandments and fulfils the whole law of God. Moral evil, on the contrary, is the disorder of injustice, which either diminishes or destroys the order of moral good. As moral good, which is the rectitude of the will, prepares us to receive our real good, moral evil, which is the disorder of the will, is the cause of our losing our real good. Wherever justice comes, it reconciles all things, and brings them into harmony. But where injustice comes, it dissolves the peace and concord of things. The unjust man of the Scriptures is the man who fails from the divine law that regulates all good. The fountain of justice is the bosom of God. The light that illuminates the law of justice is implanted by God in the mind and conscience of man. The subject of justice is the free will of man, by which it is exercised according to the light of justice in the mind and conscience. These 3 points will each require a separate consideration. As an attribute of His divine nature, the justice of God is high and unsearchable. It is as far in perfection above that law of justice which is revealed for the conduct of us mortals, as the divine nature is above the most enlightened of creatures. The justice, therefore, by which God is just, is altogether different from the justice by which man is just, even though the justice of man is a partaking of the justice of God. Justice in God is the absolute order of all the good that He is. If we consider the attributes of God as they are one with the divine nature, justice is the perfect unity, equality, and harmony between them. If we consider the 3 divine persons in God, justice is the perfect equality that exists between them. As the eternal wisdom is the law of eternal justice, and the divine will its active principle, the divine justice is the perfect equality of the divine will and the divine wisdom. God is justice as He is truth and as He is goodness, and His justice is the perfect order of His truth and goodness. Justice, in a word, is the true and sovereign beauty of God's infinite and eternal virtue. When we pass from the justice which God is to the justice that He imparts to His creatures, we must again say that the justice of God is not as the justice of man. God owes nothing to any creature, but every creature owes all things to God. The justice of God is not therefore commutative, but distributive. Commutative justice belongs to the intelligent creature, and consists in giving to God what is due to Him, and to every creature what is their due: honour to whom honour, obedience to whom obedience, love to whom love, and right to whom right is owing. But the distributive justice of God is, first, what He owes to Himself and to His eternal plans, which He completes with a generous bounty. Then it is the just proportion that is due, according to His promise, to good and evil, dealing with the good according to its merits, and with the evil according to its deservings. When Consentius put the question to St. Augustine, how can God be the self-subsisting justice, since justice lives in us, and is that by which we live? The great Doctor replied, in substance, as follows: The life by which all spirits live must be self-subsistent, for even souls that are dead from the loss of justice have yet a life that endures for ever, although the true life of the soul, the life of her life, is justice. But if souls cannot live except with a life of their own, upon which the body also lives, how much more must that true justice have a self-subsisting life, from which all souls live, and so live that they who are deprived of that life are accounted to be dead, even though they still have a certain kind of life. But that self-subsisting life is certainly God, whose life is unsearchable. And that life of God, which is self-subsisting, is made life to us when we partake of it. So also is that self-subsisting justice made justice to us, when through adhering to that justice we live justly, and become more or less just, as we cleave more or less to that justice. But it is obvious that the supreme good is that true and supreme justice, and that when, in this our pilgrimage, we hunger and thirst after justice, we obtain that justice, and in the eternal life we shall be satiated with that justice. Let us not imagine that God is like our justice, but rather reflect that the more just we are, the more we are like to God by partaking of His justice. The Psalmist sings that God worketh justice, and that His right hand is full of justice. This is the justice that God renders to Himself in completing and perfecting His works according to His plans. St. Thomas says that the justice of God is truth, because whatever He ordains He fulfils. Take this justice away, and the world would perish, for all things subsist from the order that is in them. God wills that order, and the order that He wills is His justice. He wills to complete His works according to His eternal plan. This He owes to no creature, but it is His justice to the truth of His own eternal plan. When an artist forms a great design in his own mind, and then leaves its lines incomplete and its colouring defective, it is not to his work, but to himself that he is unjust. God has poured such a wonderful affluence upon His works, that He may do justice to His own eternal designs. When the Psalmist compares the eternal justice to the mountains of God and to a deep abyss, he adds, by way of exemplifying that justice, "Thou preservest both man and beast," not because this justice is due to them, but because it is due to His own eternal plan. In commenting on the words of the Psalm, "Thy praise is unto the ends of the earth, Thy right hand is full of justice," St. Chrysostom thus enlarges upon this order of divine justice: "Thy praise worketh such great, resplendent, high, wonderful, and glorious things. For it is not in a measured way that Thou carest for them whom Thou dost benefit, nor dost Thou look to their deservings, but all is for the sake of Thine own magnificence. What is of God's nature is one with His substance. And what is that? The Psalmist tells us, "Thy right hand is full of justice," showing that what God does for the benefit of His creatures is not due to their merits, but to His own substance. For His substance delights in justice, and rejoices in benignity and clemency. This is His work, this is His way, from which He draws so many benefits. As it is the nature of fire to warm, and of the sun to shine, so it is the nature of God to do good, and to do incomparably more good than we can understand. And therefore it is said, "Thy right hand is full of justice," to express the affluence of good that flows from His substance. The distributive justice of God gives gifts to His creatures in the order and proportion which accords with His free bounty and generous mercy. This has been admirably explained in the book on the Divine Names. "God's justice is exalted," says that luminous writer, "because He distributes to all things what is suitable to the character of each, and imparts to each its becoming measure, beauty, order, and proportion. He determines the kinds of things with their due distributions, according to the most just bounds and limits that are proper to each of them, and that He is the author to all of the action proper to each of them, for the divine justice regulates all things, keeping them from being mingled and confounded with one another, and giving to all what is befitting to each." God learns nothing from His creatures. He knows them all in their nature and qualities in the divine word of His wisdom before He produces them. He beholds all the diversities of things in their original plans as they exist before Him in their eternal forms or ideas. He beholds their various degrees of good and perfection, and the relations and dependencies in which they stand towards Himself and towards each other, as He has ordained them, and as, in the nature of things, they ought to be. These just and due relations of things with God and with each other constitute their essential order. And this essential order of things is what we call their eternal law and their unchangeable rule, and what in the nature of things is right and just. And the light which shines from this essential order into our minds, making known to us the just and due relations of things toward God and towards each other, is what we call right reason, and unchangeable everlasting truth, and the justice of things. According to that eternal law, God loves Himself with a necessary love, as He is the supreme good in Himself, and the good of all things. And He loves all that He beholds in His creatures according to the good that is in each, and its nearer resemblance to Him. When agreeing with that unchangeable rule of justice, everything is just and in its proper place, and is treated according to its deservings, and receives what is proper for it. And when we conform our wills to this essential order and rule of justice, our will is made just, and we value and love all things according to their worth. And from this essential order of the just relations of things, all spirits obtain their knowledge and love of justice. We are made reasonable by partaking of the light of that essential order and right reason of things, which gives us the knowledge and love of the true and just order of things, and of the rules of conduct that spring from them. And this reason is called universal reason, or common sense, because it is common to all rational creatures. But the foundation of this reason is that unchangeable and everlasting truth in which God beholds the just order and the essential relations of all things in His own eternal mind. And it is only as God beholds them that what is true, and what is just. But God beholds the whole just and true order of things in His own eternal light, in their original forms or patterns as they exist before Him. And of this light He has given us a certain created participation in our reason, which is a pale and limited reflection or shadow of His own light, truth, and justice. And in this light of reason we see the principles of natural truth reflected, as well as the order and law of natural justice. But the man of faith receives the light of divine truth, given more directly to him as a supernatural gift and grace, whereby he holds with the firm conviction of faith, which the power of grace can alone explain, whatever truth God has revealed above the order of nature and the natural scope of the understanding. With that divine truth the man of faith receives also the light of the order and law of supernatural justice, by whose guidance the faithful will is brought into the subjection of humility and the union of charity with God. No one has explained this light of truth and justice, as God has implanted it in the human soul, with more admirable clearness than St. Augustine. But we must use his language with studied brevity. That true interior justice which comes not of human custom, but is derived from the most just law of the omnipotent God, is the light that forms the manners of the nations according to their times and conditions. The laws change, but justice does not change. Only the change in the conditions of things requires that the same unchangeable justice shall be secured by changing the laws to suit the change of things. It is not the voice of man that gives us to understand the truth, but the truth itself present to our mind. The voice of the teacher only directs our attention to that truth which is within us. What we really consult, and what truly teaches us, is the unchangeable virtue and wisdom of God. Yet that truth and justice is only open to each one according to the good or evil disposition of his will. It is no fault in the sun's light when we fail to see what is present before our eyes, and it is no fault of God's truth when we fail to see the truth and justice that are present in our mind. The sun shines upon the blind man as well as upon him who has sight, yet one sees and the other does not, because, although the light is present with the blind man, he is absent from the light. Truth and wisdom are everywhere present, for they were looked upon by the men of past times, and are looked upon by men in every place at this present time. For that justice which I see myself here at this moment is the same justice that other men saw in distant times, and which other men see at this very time in places most distant from me. Their souls are united with the same justice with which my soul is united. Thus the light of justice is its own evidence, and bears its own witness to the eye of every soul that is well disposed. Is this light of justice present to unbelievers? Undoubtedly it is present, but their eye is not open to receive it. For, as the Gospel says, the light shone in darkness, but the darkness did not comprehend it. No one will deny that what is incorruptible is better than what is corruptible, or that what is eternal is better than what is temporal, or that what is inviolable is better than what can be violated. Nor will any one deny that we ought to turn our soul away from corruption and to seek what is incorruptible, or that a life which no adversity can move from its fixed and honest purpose is better than one that is easily broken down by temporal disadvantages. But whoever confesses this to be the truth must also confess that this truth is unchangeable, and is common to all who are able to see it. and that there are lights and rules of the virtues which are true and fixed, and present to all who look on them and reflect upon them, and that they are present to every one's mind and reason. But they belong to justice and wisdom, and when we turn to them and accept them, and refuse to let fear or suffering turn us from them, we act justly and wisely. The more we direct our life upon these rules of justice and lights of wisdom, the more truly and wisely we live, nor can it be said that we are in a state of separation from justice and wisdom. They are as fixed and unchangeable as the laws and rules of numbers, which no one thinks of disputing, and which are equally common to all who contemplate them. The prophet says to God, "Thy law is truth." The law of God is truth because it represents the essential order and the just relations of things as they are seen in God. This truth is the law of all rational creatures, because it presents to them that just and right order of things which is justice. And this truth, this justice, this law which is the rule of justice, is the regulator of the will and of the love of every reasonable creature through its action in the conscience. But when the love of the will is regulated, the whole life of man is regulated. For, as Christ has taught us, all the commandments are directed to the regulation of our love. This is also expressed in the Canticles, where the bride says of the bridegroom, the loving soul of the loving God, "He hath set charity in order within me." For this charity is the perfect order of justice, in which God is justly loved above and before all things, with the whole mind, heart, and soul, and all things else are loved in God and for God, according to their goodness, worth, dignity, and nearness to God. To love myself, therefore, in God and for God, is the just and perfect order of loving myself. And my neighbour cannot complain if I love him in God and for God, because it is the most perfect love that I can give him. Nothing can teach me my true position, nothing can reveal to me the true condition of my heart, nothing can enlarge my moral being and lift my will into a just, virtuous, and happy condition with so much effort as to meditate upon and to penetrate into the law of justice which God has implanted in my reason or revealed to my faith. To inspire us with the love of that eternal justice, the Holy Spirit inspired that magnificent psalm, which is the 118th in the Psalter. It is a continuous creed alternating with continuous prayer, in which we cleave with faith to the law of divine justice, and ask for light to understand, and grace to perfect in ourselves the law, the will, and the justice of God. It is not, therefore, without a profound reason that this psalm is distributed into the 3 daily hours of the Church. A few sentences of it in example will give the burden of the whole. "Blessed are the undefiled in the way, who walk in the law of the Lord. Give me understanding, that I may learn Thy law. How have I loved Thy law, O Lord! It is my meditation all the day long. Teach me goodness, discipline, and knowledge, for I have believed Thy commandments." But I shall rise to the majesty and magnificence of the law that God has revealed to my mind and made sensible to my conscience. I shall rest in security upon its immovable solidity when I realize to myself that this law and rule of my life is an imparted reflection of that unchangeable order and that substantial and eternal justice which God is. "Fashion no idols to yourself," says St. Augustine. "Banish from your mind all phantoms, all images and pictures of your imagination, and you will find that God is justice." Hence the Scripture says, "Thy justice is everlasting, and Thy law is truth." End of Lecture 8, Part 1. Lecture 8, Part 2 of The Endowments of Man, by William Bernard Ullathorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 8, On Justice and Moral Evil, Part 2. The will of man is the subject of that law of justice whose light is in the mind, and whose guidance is offered to the will. It is essential, therefore, both to the knowledge of self and to the knowledge of good and evil, that we should understand precisely what the will is. The will, then, is the central and sovereign power of free action in the soul, whereby the man holds the possession and disposal of himself, and rules and directs all the faculties and powers of his manhood. Yet though the will is sovereign over the man, and free in the exercise of that sovereignty, it is always responsible to God. If it be asked, whence comes the power of the will, we have already stated that it comes from God who created it and gave it the power to act freely. But if it be asked, whence comes the freedom of that power, and the freedom of choosing its motives and objects, we must answer that this freedom of use and of choice comes from the will itself. The will itself is the cause both of its choosing freely and of its acting freely, and of its refusing to act. When we consider the human will more closely, we find in it three elements, each of which requires a separate consideration. These are the appetite of the will, the power of the will, and the movement of the will. In the depth of the soul and essence of the will, there is a sense and an appetite that moves us to seek good and to avoid evil. This is the fundamental sense and appetite of man, to which, when it is in just order, every other appetite is subordinate. It is not the appetite for low and sensual good, but a spiritual appetite for universal good. This appetite, as Suarez observes, is not a special but a general appetite. It is the natural appetite for that good for which man was ordained. This appetite comes not of knowledge or of choice, but of nature, and has the good of the creature for its object. But although it comes not of knowledge, yet this vital appetite follows knowledge, because the intelligent creature seeks her own good, and employs the means for reaching that good. But she does this in virtue of that general sense or appetite for good which is in the root of the soul and of the will. But this appetite confesses by its very existence that it belongs to an imperfect being, and expresses the wants of that being. In a word, it is the great void in our capacity for universal good, craving to be filled. St. Athanasius, therefore, defines the will as the appetite of a rational and intelligent substance for that which sweetly affects the soul. And St. John of Damascus calls it the rational and vital appetite proceeding from nature. But this appetite is dim and undefined until it is enlightened by truth, which reveals the good of which we are in search. The more the soul possesses of partial good, the more her appetite grows for greater good, nor will she ever be satisfied with less than perfect good. And the reason is that we are moved by appetites that seek universal good, as the reason why we seek universal good is because we are made for God. How then are we to explain the appetite for evil? The fact is that there is no appetite for evil, either in human nature or in any other nature. Plato observed long ago that no man desires evil to himself, but only good. And Seneca observed that no man sees the evil that he is actually doing in his own soul. The wicked man deceives himself with the pretence of good whilst he is doing evil. The appetite for good is deluded and cheated by a combination of self-love and imagination to mistake evil for good. A baser appetite is permitted to arise, and to darken the appetite of the soul for universal good, and deludes itself with the appearance of good, although it proves to be evil. And the self-deluded will accepts the cheat, and in its weakness is generally not unwilling to be deceived, and to look at the pretence of good whilst doing evil. But the appetite for good never accepts evil, except under the appearance of good. It rejects open evil as its enemy. There is always a false motive accepted by the will when it does evil. The reason of good, be it true or false, gives the motive to the appetite and the loving power of the will. And when we truly love good, we love it both for its own sake and for our own. But when we love evil under the delusive appearance of good, it is to satisfy some base appetite or passion of our own. But we love our Divine Creator, observes Suarez, as the universal good of all things, and therefore as our good. And for this reason a soul that is in charity loves God more than she loves herself, because our good is included in the God we love as in its original fountain. But the appetite for good is rather the spring of the will than the will itself. It is one thing to have an appetite, another to set the will in motion, one thing to feel desire, another to act upon that desire. The power of the will, considered apart from its action, is its vital force, its virtue, or capacity for action. This power is either the natural force of the soul, which is increased by habitual exercise and discipline, or it is the natural force exalted, increased, and augmented by the divine gift of supernatural force given by God to the same soul for gaining its supernatural ends. The one is God's gift in the order of nature, the other is God's gift in the order of grace. The spiritual appetite for good is the chief element of that power, and the power is increased with increase of appetite and desire. What is this appetite but desire? There are many souls, before the world contaminates them, that suffer inexplicable desires that are vague and undefined in their objects, simply because faith has never taught them what is the true object of their spiritual appetite, and what is the final end of this immense desire. But the power of the will is one thing, the act of willing is another. The will, as it is active, is the free and uncompelled movement of the soul, either to an object or from an object, with a view to some end. The end proposed is the motive of the will, and the reason why the will acts. We must consider the soul as perfectly simple in herself, but as having her sense enlightened by truth and by the law of justice, and as having the appetite of good within her. The will then moves with affection towards the good, or the seeming good, that the mind presents. But if the mind presents evil, or seeming good, the will withholds its movement, or moves away from it. This we call hatred, which moves the will from evil, as love moves it towards good. But when the hatred becomes active, it seeks to punish, weaken, or destroy that in which the evil is, or in which the seeming evil appears to be. To understand the motives upon which the will acts, we must carefully distinguish between the immediate motive and the final motive that the will has in view. For the immediate good is justly ruled by the final good, and the one is loved for the sake of the other. If you deny yourself some present indulgence for the sake of your general health, you will find it good to refuse the present good for the sake of a greater good. If you refuse the same indulgence for the sake of temperance, your motive is the good of the soul. If you do an act of justice, you do it for the immediate motive of acting justly, but you may have the final motive of honouring and imitating the justice of God. You help your suffering fellow creature, that is your immediate motive, but you have the final motive of loving God in your neighbour. And thus what would be natural benevolence on the first motive becomes charity from its final motive. It is well to have a clear and compact remembrance of this, which sensual people seem never to understand, that when two goods are offered to our choice, the order of justice requires that we choose the greater good and leave the less. This is the law of self-denial. Again, when two motives present themselves for one and the same action, the law of excellence requires that we put our will and intention to the higher motive, for the ultimate motive exalts and enriches all the intermediate motives with its own value, and makes every mediate good a step towards our final good. In dealing with intermediate good, the perfect soul, following the light and order of justice, subjects all lower motives to the motive of the love of God, which she contemplates as the highest law of justice in all her acts. But besides the light of God's truth and justice, which illuminate the soul and give motives to the will, there are other elements to be considered in the management of the will. The soul is invested with a body of which she is the animating principle. She is the subject of all the corporal senses, appetites, and passions, and through them she holds much converse with the external, visible, and sensible world. All these objects external to the soul, with their movements and sensibilities, become internal to the soul through the imagination, which, through its union with the intellectual light of the soul, if not well controlled and regulated, will obtain a prodigious power of exaggerating lesser good, and of magnifying that lesser into the appearance of greater good, by adding to it ideas from the mind that do not belong to it. The ill-regulated imagination, stimulated by passion, confounds the pure truth in the mind with its own representations, and makes that to be true which is untrue, that to be just which is unjust, and that to be good which is evil. When the imagination is well regulated, it is a grand and beautiful power, interpreting the external world of sense to the mind, and through the mind to the will, and illustrating and giving colour and interest to the inward truth and justice derived from the communicated light of God. But if the will suffers the imagination to rule the intelligence, instead of the intelligence ruling the imagination, the result will be to delude the will, and to lead her into error and evil. It is obvious from this explanation that the error of the will is justly called evil, and that the evil of the will is justly called error, for one does not exist without the other. The will, then, is the central and sovereign ruler of the man. Being the active power of the soul, it is open to a vast range of motives, from the pure and serene truth in which God reveals the principles of truth and the order of justice, the luminous shadows of all good; from the sense and appetite of universal good which is in the root and essence of the soul; from the imagination with its restless and flitting imagery, drawn from the external world; from the senses and passions of the body as they are acted upon externally and act upon us internally; and from the memory with all its throng of ideas, imaginations, and sensations derived from the past. Thus, by a marvellous power, often good, often dangerous, we open or close our minds to the present, recall the past, and make the past become the present anew. It is the sublime office of the will to rule herself well and wisely in the midst of all these invitations, solicitations, and provocations. But the law of this good and wise ruling of the will is the light of divine justice in the mind, worked into the understanding by instruction and reflection, and into the conscience, where it acts with the force of a sense, through the habit of cherishing whatever is good and right. Guided, therefore, by the light of justice in the mind, and the sense of justice in the conscience, the just will adheres to God before all things, as the one supreme good, as the supreme good of the soul, and as the author of all good and of all justice. The just soul feels that God is the heart of her heart, and the mind of her mind, and that His justice is the light of all justice. She subordinates all other good to the divine good, and all other justice to the divine justice. She rules her senses, and keeps them in their place and subjection as her servants, and mortifies them into the discipline of obedience. She controls her imagination, and makes it subservient to the light of truth, and this is the most difficult of her labours in the ruling of herself. For the imagination will inopportunely obtrude where it is not wanted, eclipsing the pure light of truth. It can only be conquered at times by the patient stability of the will, holding firmly athwart the intervening obscuration until the cloud passes and the sun of truth reappears. Let any one watch his will, when, despite of all lower solicitations, it holds steadfast to its high purpose. Tremulous with life, it resists change by the simple act of holding to its higher motive. As the polar needle of the ship holds to its point whilst all around and beneath is in fluctuation, so the will holds to its point, cleaving with its love to its object, despite of all commotion in the inferior nature. The pole is not the port to which the ship is steering, yet the needle, pointing to the pole, guides the ship to the port to which she is bound. But God is both the pole and the port of the soul, and the law of justice is the attraction upon the needle of the will that guides the soul on her way. Watch the same soul when she loses sight of her guiding good, and the will no longer holds to her high motive. The ruling power of the soul is no longer firm, but inconstant, restless, and capricious. It is at the mercy of the senses and the imagination. It flits in weakness and discontent from one inferior object to another, because all things have lost their just value in losing their just order, and their right relationship through that soul with their Divine Author, whose light and law is the measure of all goodness. There is one movement of the will that should be especially noted, because it looks, at the first glance, like a standstill, although it is the noblest and most energetic exercise of the will. I refer to the just will under trial, oppression, or provocation, whether under temptation, the presence of unacceptable evil, or suffering. Then the just will gathers up her strength within, attaches herself to her highest motive, and rests for strength on God as on an immovable rock, from which she refuses herself to the provocation, and abides in the concentrated strength of patience and endurance. This act is very simple, though expressed in so many words. When our Lord sent His Apostles to encounter so many trials, He said to them, "In your patience you shall possess your souls." The patience that holds back consent until the truth or justice of a question appears is a similar example of the energy of the will in self-control. So far from reducing the will to inaction, the concentration of the power of the will upon its centre, and so refusing to yield to external provocation, is the strongest exertion of the will, and the greatest proof of its freedom. Hence patience and fortitude, which involve what we may call the passive exercise of the will, are the virtues that make man strong by the habit of concentrating strength. Much the same may be said of the discipline of the tongue. But to quote the famous words of St. Augustine, cited by Pope Agatho in the Sixth General Council, "As the soul is nature, the movement of the soul is the movement of nature, and as the will is the movement of the soul, it is therefore the movement of nature." To continue the great Doctor's explanation of free will: "The will is from Him whose will it is. If it be the will of an angel, it is from that angel. If it be the will of a man, it is from that man. If it be the will of God, it is from God. If God works good will in man, He works it in such a manner that the will shall spring from the man whose will it is, just as He makes one man spring from another. For although God is the creator of man, it does not follow that one man is not born of another man. Each one causes his own will, because he wills evil. But when we ask how man can have an evil will, the question bears not on the cause, but on the possibility of an evil will. And the answer is, that however good the nature of a creature may be, that nature is not unchangeable, and it is made from nothing. The book of Ecclesiasticus gives us this vivid description of man's free will. God made man from the beginning, and left him in the hand of his own counsel. He added the commandments and precepts. "If thou wilt keep the commandments and perform acceptable fidelity for ever, they shall preserve thee. He hath set water and fire before thee. Stretch forth thy hand to which thou wilt. Before man is life and death, good and evil. That which he shall choose shall be given him." How, then, are we to understand St. Paul, where he says that God worketh in you both to will and perfect according to His good will? God works the power, but not the choice of the will. Sometimes the Scriptures ascribe our will to God, sometimes to ourselves, and sometimes to both. These statements are easily reconcilable with free will. God gives us the light, the rule, and the strength to choose right and act well, and we use them or neglect them. St. Bernard explains this clearly. If, he says, God works in us to think, to will, and to perfect what is good, He does the first without us, the second with us, and the third through us. In sending us good thoughts, He prevents us. In changing our evil will, He joins our consent with His will. In ministering strength to our consent, the interior worker causes our work to be known externally. Assuredly we cannot prevent ourselves, but He who finds no one good can save no one unless He prevents him with His grace. Grace awakens the free will when it sows good thoughts. Grace heals the will when it changes the affections. Grace strengthens the will to come to action. Grace preserves the will that it may not suffer defection. But this grace works with the will in such a manner as to prevent the will in the first instance, and to accompany the will in all the rest, so that the will may work henceforth together with the grace. Thus, what is begun by grace alone is perfected both by grace and free will, not working separately, not alternately, but in each good work unitedly. End of Lecture 8, Part 2. Lecture 8, Part 3 of The Endowments of Man, by William Bernard Ullathorne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lecture 8, On Justice and Moral Evil, Part 3. Although we have long delayed the immediate question of moral evil, or sin, you will have seen that each step in our path has advanced us towards it, and has been preparing us to enter upon it with a clearer understanding. As moral good is the just order of the will, moral evil, or sin, is the failure of the will from the law of moral good. It is the defection of the will from due order, right form, or just measure, which produces disorder, deformity, or loss of justice and right proportion. The due order and right conduct of the will take their measure from the light of reason and from the law of God, which represent His eternal justice. Man is made for justice because he is made for God, and justice perfects his nature and brings him to God. He has the form of justice within him as a luminous shadow of the justice of God, and his conscience is the interpreter of that justice, and he is just when his will is conformed to that justice. He who hath not the law is a law to himself. The law of justice contains all moral good, and it springs from God's eternal view of the just and essential order of things. Justice is, therefore, the will of God commanding the will of the creature to obey that light of justice which He has implanted in the mind of that creature, or has spoken to him through the word of revelation and the light of faith. God Himself, in whose hands all things are, is the authority and the sanction of the law of justice. By obeying the light and authority of God, the will of man is in due order and just conformity and right relationship with the will of God. But whenever he wilfully fails from that due order, and refuses to conform his will to the light of justice, and to measure his conduct by the moral law, and to do the will of God, he falls into sin, and so into moral disorder. We have said that he falls into sin, which exactly expresses his act, because it is a defection and a descent from what is high to what is low, from what is good to what is evil. These defective acts of the will are not only evil because the justice of God forbids them, but the justice of God forbids them because they are evil. Yet the divine forbidding of them increases their moral evil, because in sinning against the divine command we offend with greater knowledge and with direct disobedience to the authority of our divine Creator. To put this in another light, the evil of sin consists in turning the will from the unchangeable good, which is the proper good of man, and in turning that same will to that changeable good, which corrupts the soul and perverts the order of justice. Sin is therefore a sliding back and falling off from our good and from the true end of life. When we turn from the law of God, we turn from God Himself, and turn unlawfully to the creature, giving that will and love to the creature which is due to God. Hence sin is called a debt to justice, and in the Lord's Prayer it is called a debt to God. It is a failure in what we owe to justice, to God, and to ourselves. Or, as our own version of the Lord's Prayer puts it, it is a trespass, that is to say, it is an offensive stepping beyond the bounds of law, justice, and obedience. St. Augustine expresses the whole subject in these terms: "The will is a certain middle good. When the will adheres to the universal and unchangeable good, it obtains the first and greatest good of man. But the will sins when it turns away from the universal and unchangeable good, and turns to its own, or to exterior or to inferior good. The will turns to its own good when it wishes to be in its own power. It turns to exterior good when it wills to make what is another's its own, that is, when it wills to have what it has no right to have. And it turns to what is inferior to itself when the will gives itself over to the sensualities of the body, from which the man becomes proud, curious, and lascivious. He is taken up with a life that, in comparison with the life devoted to superior good, is death. Yet the providence of God overrules that life, and gives to everything its due place, and to every one what he deserves. Yet the things that the sinner gives to his will are not in themselves evil, nor is the free will in itself an evil, but evil consists in the turning of the will from unchangeable to changeable good, in doing what it is not compelled, but it acts of its own free movement, and the just and deserved punishment of misery follows. This, then, is the point on which to fix our special attention, that moral evil, or sin, consists in a falling off of the will from the law of justice, which justice leads the will to its true and proper good, and in the falling upon that inferior good which is unworthy and disproportioned to the dignity of our nature and to the greatness of our end, and which disorders, debases, and corrupts our soul. But this requires some further explanation. Justice requires that we love all good, with a love proportioned to its kind, order, place, and degree. Injustice and disorder begin, therefore, when we put inferior good above superior good, and with absurd unreason cleave to it by preference. It is this absurdity of our conduct which lays it open to the satire of men who are not themselves just, for they can see the disproportion of things in their mind which their own wills disregard. This preference given to inferior good is the beginning of all disorder, and it ends in that perversion of the will which places the creature above the Creator in our love. Yet that inferior good is only given us to be used as the means of helping us to our superior good, and when we thus use it lawfully and with prudence, our will is in its just order. But when we make the means the end, and forget our true end, we fall into the extreme of disorder, and there is no justice in us. For justice wills that everything should hold its right place, due order, and proper subordination, and the just will is the reflection of this justice. Moral evil, therefore, as considered in itself, is nothing but a failing and defection of the will from good. Consequently, the Fathers have proclaimed with a unanimous voice that evil is nothingness. But it is nothingness where there might be, and ought to be, a great good. And therefore, as evil wilfully destroys the good relations of the will towards the greater good, it is injustice. It is injustice towards God, to whom we owe ourselves and all we have. It is injustice towards the light of reason and the light of faith, to which we refuse the obedience of our will. And it is unjust to ourselves, making the soul unjust and unreasonable, and depriving her of the great good for which she is created. It is also unjust to God's other creatures, that were made to serve the justice of God, and that we make to serve us in our sins. It will be gathered from all that has been said, that moral evil, which alone is destructive of souls, has its seat in the will. The root of sin is in the evil inclination of the will, for where evil is concerned the proverb is true, that what you intend, that you do. Intention is the beginning of action, and complete intention is complete action as far as the will is concerned. Hence the completion of the intention is the completion of the sin, as it decides the moral condition of the will, even although the act is but consummated within the soul, and has not come out externally. The imagination then becomes the field in which the sin is perpetrated. But when the evil disposition or malice of the will breaks out into external acts, they exhibit the force of the evil disposition within, and the malice of the will is apt to become more intense, both through the vehemence of the evil will thrown into the action, and from the rebound of passion awakened by the external act, working up the blind concupiscence of the will to pursue its evil course with greater violence. Another consequence of bringing the internal sin into external acts is but too often to spread the fire of disorder beyond the sinner, working injustice and spreading disorder elsewhere than in the soul, and injuring other souls by scandal, example, or even violence in word or deed. There is even a malice of the will so great that, not content with its own disorder, it is inspired by the very pride which engenders that disorder, and which that disorder augments in its turn, to level other souls to its own condition, whether of disbelief or immorality. But, as the Scripture says, man sees in the face, but God in the heart. Man judges by the external act, and God weighs the internal motive. The internal conscience is closed against the inspection of the courts of human law. Malice is there presumed, and the evil intention is inferred from the outward act. But before the eye of God, and in the court of eternal justice, the whole interior of the man is open, and the extent of his guilt is seen clearly in his intention. Culpability or guiltiness, as St. Thomas observes, is the effect that follows from sin, and which obliges the guilty one to punishment. Sin passes as an act, but the effect of that act remains, and that effect is guiltiness. According to human judgment, the guilt must be proved by external acts before it is established and punishment awarded. But according to divine judgment, the guilt is established by the interior act, the proof of the act is recorded in the conscience, and the punishment already begins. Let us consider for a moment what are the first effects of the guilt of evil. There are two objects presented to our will which make it good. The one is the good that is worthy to be sought. The other is the rule by which we seek and by which we obtain that good. This rule is moral order, or the good of order, which brings us to substantial good. But by deserting the moral good of order and justice, we lose the substantial good which alone can give us peace and happiness. For moral good promises what substantial good gives, and if we love God and do His will, we shall come to His beatitude. The first effect, therefore, of the evil will, and the greatest, is the loss of that justice which promises beatitude. The second is the dreariness and vacancy that comes upon the soul when she finds that she has severed herself from the light of truth and justice and the law of good, and has given herself up to delusion and folly, which degrades her even in her own eyes, and fills her with remorse. Losing her subjection to God's rule, for we can only hold to what is above us by subjection, the soul loses her hold of those spiritual cords, those rays of divine light and descents of grace, by which we hold to the will of God, and falls back upon herself to taste her own bitterness, and feel the hollowness, privation, suffering, and misery which follow the desertion of divine good. The gnawings of hunger in the defeated appetite for good, and the pangs inflicted by the rebuking conscience, have been fitly called the worm of remorse, the sting of conscience, and the iron bite of sin. Too slothful to bring up the latent power of the will, too craven to meet the spectres of delusive temptation with the valour of a high resolve, the will sinks from the light, and the good of the will becomes the captive of concupiscence, and the victim of evil under the mask of good, which only drops off after the evil is accomplished and the pains of evil have begun. But where a long habit of evil has brought down the vital powers of the soul into a state of insensibility to the light of justice and the stings of conscience, that insensibility is the numbness and paralysis of death. We cannot better confirm what we have said on the character of evil than by quoting the book on the Divine Names. Good, it says, is the principle and the object of all wills, for even evil things are done in the expectation of good. No one, however evil, looks for anything but good when he does evil. This shows that evil in itself and by itself has no substance, because every one proposes some good to himself in his evil action, which has only a supposed and fictitious quality. When a being is attributed to evil, it is through the mistake of ascribing one thing to another that does not belong to it. The sinner imagines some good when he contemplates evil. The error is in his own opinion, that confounds the good he proposes with the evil that he commits. What he intends is one thing, and what he does is another. But evil can do nothing without a mixture of good, for what has no part or portion of good is nothing. Evil in Satan is his want of likeness and conformity with the Supreme Good. Evil in the soul of man is want of conformity with reason and with grace. Evil in the body is want of conformity with nature. This is the reason why moral evil is called iniquity. St. John says, "Every one who committeth sin committeth iniquity, and sin is iniquity." Iniquity is the want of equity in the will to equalize the soul with the light and law of justice. To sum up in the words ascribed to the Areopagite, evil is privation, defect, weakness, disproportion, error. It is without object, without beauty, without life. It is without intelligence, without reason, without perfection, without any place of rest. It hath no cause. It is indefinite, it is barren, it is empty, it is imbecile, it is disorderly. Evil is aimless, darksome, and void of all being whatsoever. This profound writer then lays down the great maxim which has become so famous, that good proceeds from one full and absolute cause, but evil from many particular defects. And he thus explains it: whatever is according to nature proceeds from a certain and definite cause, but as evil is indefinite and has no certain cause, it is not according to nature, and what is not according to nature is neither to be found in nature nor in art. For true art finds its reason in nature. But although evil proceeds from many causes, these are not reasons or powers, but weaknesses, infirmities, and defects, or they are a mixture of incongruous and discordant things without measure or proportion. Hence evils are versatile and changeable, and they never remain the same. They are indefinite, uncertain, and indeterminable. They hurry this way and that to diverse things, as indefinite and uncertain as themselves. How the will destroys justice in the soul by falling from superior good is thus explained by St. Augustine. Sin or iniquity is not the appetite for natural evils, but the desertion of the better things. The Scripture says that every creature of God is good. Consequently, every tree that God planted in Paradise was good. It was not then to any evil in the nature of the tree to which man gave his appetite when he touched the forbidden fruit, but he committed the evil act by deserting what was better. The Creator was a far greater good than any creature He had made, and His authority was not to be abandoned for the sake of touching what God had forbidden him to touch, even though what Adam touched might itself be good. But He hungered for a good in the creature that could only be obtained by deserting His Creator, who forbade his touching that tree. God gave the prohibition to show that the rational soul is not in her own power, but that she ought to be subject to God, and to keep the order of salvation through obedience, which is lost through the evil of disobedience. For this reason, when God forbade the tree to be touched, He called it the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, because when the man touched the tree, he experienced the penalties of evil. Evil, therefore, consists in using good in an evil way. When St. Paul rebuked the men who worshipped the creature rather than the Creator, and declared they were condemned in the divine judgment, he did not rebuke the creature, for that would have been injurious to God, but he rebuked the men who use the creature in an evil way, whilst giving up what is better. The works of men are evil, as the great Doctor elsewhere points out, when they are done according to self, and not according to God. This is the radical disease, and the cause of all the evil effects and sufferings that follow. For we repeat again, and can never repeat too often, that we are not made for ourselves, but for God; that we are no object to ourselves, but that God is our final object. Our justice is not from ourselves, but from God. Our life is not from ourselves, but from God. When, therefore, we turn our back on God, and our face to the creature as the chief bent of our desire, when we attempt to build up a spirit, life, truth, good, and happiness out of the poor, weak, inconstant, discordant things that are beneath the soul, and designed to be her servants, we fall into a degradation and a turpitude that calumniates the whole plan of our Creator. We grow insolent against God, discard His light, overturn His justice, refuse His love, break the golden links that bind us to His goodness, insult His patience, and even repel His ever-waiting mercy. We set up our petty self in the void we make between heaven and earth, to be honoured with the love that we owe to the God that made us, and to be worshipped with the obscene rites of pride, vanity, and sin, to our unspeakable unreason, dishonour, and shame. For this poor God of our choice is still aching with the pains of want and misery. The more sin, the less freedom. Freedom lifts up our will to great and high things. Sin depresses us to low and mean things. When we reflect what self is, we must see at once that a man chained to himself cannot be free. He is a captive within the narrow crypt of his egotism, and enveloped with the darkening shadows thrown off from his pride and sensuality. The pathways to the divine truth and eternal good are far above his flight. The wings of his spirit, both the wing of faith and the wing of love, are clogged with the mire of his ways, so that neither his heart nor mind can ascend to the regions of truth and justice. Fastened as with rivets to the things beneath him, his will loses its freedom in the clay of his concupiscence, and that concupiscence is blind, sensual, and egotistical of the body. A man is corporally free in proportion to the space over which he can freely move, and in which he can freely act. He is mentally free in proportion to the breadth and elevation of the sphere of truth in which he can think. He is morally free in proportion to the grandeur and elevation of that justice to which his will can conform its actions. He is spiritually free in proportion to the greatness and purity of that good with which his soul is allied. But though he has the freedom of responsibility, he has no large or generous freedom, when with the glue of concupiscence his will cleaves to himself, and through himself to the base things of this lower world, first to one and then to another, the bond-slave rather than the master of what was ordained for his service, so that his will is neither truly free nor luminous, nor elevated, nor pure. How is such a will to be healed and purified? Not by the amputation of what belongs to its nature, nor by covering over its infirmity, but by rectifying its injustice, and by receiving a new justice and a new life from heaven. Put off, according to your former conversation, the old man who is corrupted according to the desire of error, and be renewed in the spirit of your mind. And put on the new man, who according to God is created in justice and holiness of truth. The new man, the healer of the old, is Christ. Let us once more hear St. Augustine, and so conclude. Evil is not removed by the taking away of any part of our existing nature, nor by adding another nature to man, but by healing and rectifying what is vitiated and depraved in him. The will becomes truly free when it is no longer the slave of vice or sin. Such it was when God first gave it, but when the true freedom of the will is lost, God, who gave that freedom, can alone restore it. Hence truth hath said, "If the Son shall set you free, then shall you be truly free." And if He had said, "If the Son shall heal you, then shall you be truly healed." For He who sets free is He who heals. End of Lecture 8, Part 3.